Welcome back to Mia Horror Stories. Tonight's tale working late at the aquarium. The thing in the deep tank is looking back is best experienced in the dark, which is why the screen will stay black. No distractions, no flashing images, just you, your imagination, and the story. So sit back, relax, and listen all the way to the end if you dare. The noise wasn't loud enough to trigger an alarm. That's what made it worse. It came from the deep tank, a dull, hollow tap that didn't belong to the steady rhythm of pumps and filters. Not the low mechanical hum I'd grown used to over the last 6 months. Not the occasional rattle when a valve hiccuped. This was deliberate, too evenly spaced. Like someone knocking on a wall they weren't supposed to be behind. Tap. I stood still in the service corridor, one hand still on the light switch I just flipped on. The fluorescence buzzed overhead, slow to wake, washing everything in that faint green tint that makes even clean concrete look damp. Tap. I told myself it was thermal expansion. The tank glass cooling, contracting. It happened sometimes when the night cycle kicked in and the lighting dimmed in the public galleries. But it wasn't cooling time yet, and the taps were paced. I checked my watch. 9:47 p.m. We closed at 8. My name's Daniel Mercer. I'm 29, and I work the late maintenance shift at the Monterey Bay Aquarium. Not the glamorous side, no feeding otters or explaining kelp forests to families, but the behind-the-scenes stuff. Pumps, filtration systems, structural checks. Making sure the life support systems for millions of gallons of seawater don't decide to quit in the middle of the night. I took the job because it was steady, and because I needed something quiet after my last one. Less people. Fewer variables. I've always told myself I'm good with systems, predictable things. Pipes don't lie. Pressure gauges don't keep secrets. People do. And lately, I'd been avoiding anything that felt like guessing. Tap. It came again. Same interval. Same spot. Or at least it sounded like the same spot. Somewhere beyond the thick, reinforced wall that separated the service corridor from the deep pelagic tank. I exhaled through my nose, slow. It's just the structure settling, I muttered, like saying it out loud would make it true. I started walking again. The corridor stretched long and narrow, concrete underfoot, overhead piping running like veins along the ceiling. The smell here was a mix of saltwater machine oil and something faintly metallic, like pennies rubbed between wet fingers. As I got closer to the access hatch for the deep tank, the sound changed. Not louder, clearer. Tap, tap. 2 in quick succession now. Then a pause. I stopped again, right outside the hatch. There was a laminated checklist bolted to the wall beside it. Deep tank service access. Night protocol confirm exterior lighting cycle. Engaged verify internal camera feed active. Do not enter alone. During active animal movement cycles. Report irregular acoustic patterns to supervisor. I stared at the last line for a second longer than I should have. Irregular acoustic patterns. That was vague enough to mean anything or nothing. I pulled my phone from my pocket, opened the internal system app, and checked the camera feed. The image loaded after a beat of buffering. Dark water, blue-black, a slow drift of suspended particles catching the dim overhead lighting like dust in a sunbeam. The artificial reef structures sat where they always did, casting long, soft shadows across the tank floor. No movement that didn't belong. No fish clustered near the glass. No sudden disturbances. Just water. Tap. I looked up sharply. The sound didn't come through the phone. It came through the wall. Okay, I said quietly, mostly to myself. Okay. I reached for the hatch handle, then stopped halfway. Protocol said not to enter alone. Protocol also said to report it. I checked the time again. 9:52 p.m. The night supervisor would be upstairs in the control room. I could call. I should call. Instead, I pressed my ear lightly against the metal of the hatch. Cold, slightly damp. For a second, there was nothing but the distant, constant churn of water circulation. Then tap, right there, close enough that I felt it more than heard it, a faint vibration through the metal. Not random, not structural. I stepped back, heart beating a little faster now, not in panic, but in that focused way, like when you notice something doesn't add up, and your brain starts rearranging pieces, whether you want it to or not. Dan, I turned. Emily Ross stood at the far end of the corridor, one hand on her hip, the other holding a tablet. She looked like she always did halfway through a shift, hair pulled into a loose bun that was already coming apart, hoodie sleeves pushed up, sneakers damp from somewhere she'd stepped without noticing. Emily Ross, 32, female, senior aquarist. She'd been here nearly a decade, which meant she trusted the place more than I did. Or maybe she just knew which parts deserved it. You doing rounds or talking to the walls again? She asked, walking toward me. I let out a small breath I didn't realize I'd been holding. You hear that? Hear what? I gestured at the hatch. From the tank, there's something knocking maybe. She stopped beside me, frowning slightly, not concerned, just curious. Knocking? Yeah, not loud, but consistent. Emily leaned in, placing her palm flat against the metal. We stood there for a few seconds, nothing. She raised an eyebrow. I think you've been down here too long. I'm serious. I know you are. She tapped the metal lightly herself, mimicking the sound. You mean like this? No, it's tap, tap. We both froze. Her expression shifted. Not fear, just attention sharpening. Okay, she said slowly. I heard that, right? She knocked again, 3 quick raps. Then we waited a beat, then tap, tap. Same pattern as before, 2, close together. Emily pulled her hand back from the hatch. That's weird. Yeah. She glanced at her tablet, swiping through a few screens. Camera feed looks normal. No pressure fluctuations. No alerts. It's not coming from the system, I said. It's inside. She gave me a look, not dismissive, but cautious. Everything inside is accounted for. Fish don't knock. Some do interact with glass, she said, though her tone lacked conviction. Territorial behavior, reflections, could be something like that. In the deep tank, at this hour, she hesitated. That was new. Emily didn't hesitate about animal behavior. Let me check something, she said, already typing. There was a maintenance crew in there this afternoon. They might have tap. Just one this time, closer to the hinge side of the hatch. We both looked at it like it might move. Okay, she said, quieter now. That's not normal. No, I said. The corridor felt different all of a sudden. Same lights, same hum, but the space between sounds stretched longer, like the building was listening. Emily stepped back, crossing her arms. Could be debris. Something caught in the current hitting the glass. Debris doesn't change rhythm. True, she chewed on the inside of her cheek, thinking. Could be a loose fixture, anchor point shifting. I nodded, but the explanation didn't sit right. Fixtures didn't respond. Emily glanced toward the security camera mounted in the corner of the corridor. We should log it. Yeah, neither of us moved. Tap, tap, again. Same pattern. Emily exhaled. Okay. That's officially annoying. Annoying? Well, yeah, it's not dangerous. It's just not supposed to be happening. I let out a short, humorless laugh. That's exactly what makes it feel worse. She looked at me, studying my face for a second longer than usual. You okay? Yeah, you look like you're waiting for it to spell something. I shrugged. It's just off. She nodded once. Fair. We stood there in silence for a moment. Then she said, we can open it. I looked at her. Protocol says. I know what protocol says. She gestured at the checklist. It also says to investigate irregularities. We're both here now. That's not alone. That's not what they mean. No, she admitted. But if it's a loose panel or something structural, better we catch it now than have it escalate. She had a point. That was the problem. Practical explanations always came with reasonable next steps, even when something about them didn't quite fit. I glanced back at the hatch. The handle was still where I'd left it, angled slightly downward, like it was waiting. You want to call it in first? I asked. Emily hesitated again, just for a second. Yeah, she said finally. We should, that's the smart move. Yeah, neither of us reached for our phones. Tap, single, sharp. Emily's jaw tightened. Okay, or we just take a quick look. 2 minutes. If it's nothing, we log it and move on. And if it's not nothing, she met my eyes. Then we'll wish we de-looked sooner. The air felt heavier now. Not thicker, exactly. Just more noticeable. Like every breath had weight. Somewhere deeper in the building, a pump kicked on, sending a low vibration through the floor. I thought about calling upstairs, about waiting for someone else to come down, someone with authority to make the decision. I also thought about the sound, the pattern, the way it had answered Emily's knock. Systems didn't do that. And if it was something structural, something failing, every minute mattered. Emily shifted her weight, already half turned toward the hatch. Your call, Dan. That wasn't true, but it felt like it. I looked at the handle again, at the checklist, at the small, almost invisible line of moisture that had formed along the edge of the hatch, like condensation or something pushing from the other side. Tap, tap, same rhythm. Waiting, I swallowed. 2 minutes, I said. Emily nodded once. 2 minutes. My hand closed around the handle. For a second, neither of us moved. Then I started to turn it. The handle didn't turn cleanly. It stuck halfway, metal grinding against metal like something had shifted in the frame. I felt it through my palm, resistance that shouldn't have been there. These hatches were serviced monthly. Smooth, reliable, predictable. I pushed a little harder. Behind me, Emily said, easy. If the seal's off, I know, I muttered, easing pressure, then trying again more slowly. This time it gave. Not fully. Just enough for the latch to click loose with a dull, internal thunk. We both paused. The tapping stopped. Not faded, stopped. I didn't look at Emily, but I felt her attention shift, the way a room changes when someone else notices the same thing you did. Okay, she said, voice quieter now. That's not great. No. I pulled the hatch open a few inches. Cold air slipped through the gap, immediately damp, mineral heavy, carrying the sharp salt smell of the tank. Stronger than usual, like opening a freezer that's been sealed too long. I widened the opening. Inside, the access chamber was narrow, metal grating underfoot, a ladder descending to the lower maintenance platform that ran along the side of the tank. A single overhead bulb cast a dull cone of light, leaving the lower half in shadow. No movement, no sound except the steady churn of water beyond the thick viewing panel. Lights look normal, Emily said behind me, leaning in just enough to see past my shoulder. No alarms. I stepped inside. The temperature dropped a few degrees immediately, enough to notice on my skin. The air felt different here, not just colder, denser, like it held onto moisture instead of letting it evaporate. Emily followed, pulling the hatch mostly closed behind her, but not sealing it. 2 minutes, she reminded. 2 minutes. We moved down the ladder one at a time. I went first, boots ringing softly against the metal rungs. Each step echoed a little too clearly in the confined space. Halfway down, I paused. "Smell that," Emily inhaled. "Salt water." "No, under that." She leaned forward slightly. "Metal? Yeah, not rust. Something sharper, cleaner, like fresh cut steel." She didn't comment, but I heard her shift her grip on the ladder. We reached the platform. It ran along the tank wall, a narrow walkway with a waist-high railing, and a thick acrylic panel separating us from millions of gallons of dark water. The lighting inside the tank was dim at night, just enough to maintain the animals' cycle without stressing them. Shapes moved out there, slow, distant, barely distinguishable from the shadows they cast. I stepped closer to the glass. Nothing immediately unusual. A few larger fish drifted in the mid-water column, their bodies catching the faint light in dull flashes. Particles hung suspended, moving with the currents like slow snowfall. "See anything?" Emily asked. "No." She tapped her tablet, pulling up a more detailed feed. Biomass distribution looks normal. No clustering near the wall, no agitation. I ran my hand lightly along the inside edge of the railing. Damp. Everything here was always damp. Still, the tapping hadn't come from out there. It had come from here. "Where'd you hear it exactly?" Emily asked. "Right behind the hatch, maybe slightly lower." She moved past me, crouching to inspect the base of the panel where it met the platform. There were mounting brackets spaced every few feet, bolted into reinforced supports. She pressed her palm against the glass. Waited. Nothing. I mirrored her on the other side of the panel, placing my hand against it as well. Cold, but not uniformly. There was a spot about the size of my hand that felt slightly warmer. Not much, just enough to notice if you were paying attention. "Here," I said. Emily shifted, pressing her hand where mine had been. She frowned. "Huh, right. That's odd. Temperature differential." "Could be," she said, though again, her tone didn't fully commit. Water currents inside might be pushing warmer layers against the glass. At one point, I asked. She didn't answer right away. Instead, she leaned closer, peering into the dark beyond the panel. "What are you looking for?" I asked. "Anything that explains why that spot would be different." "See anything?" "No." A shape passed in the distance, something larger, moving slow and steady. Probably one of the tuna. Hard to tell in this light. Emily stood, brushing her hands on her hoodie. "Let's try something." "What?" She knocked lightly on the glass. 2 quick taps. We waited. For a second, nothing happened. Then tap, tap, not from the glass in front of us, from below. Both of us turned toward the edge of the platform. There was a lower maintenance level, just a narrow ledge a few feet down, mostly used for equipment checks. It wasn't lit at night unless you manually switched it on. Right now, it was dark. "Did that come from down there?" Emily asked. "Sounded like it." She moved to the edge, gripping the railing, and leaned over slightly. "Careful," I said. "I'm not climbing down," she said, though she didn't pull back. We listened. The water churned softly behind us. The overhead bulb hummed, then tap, single, definitely from below now. Emily straightened slowly. "Okay, that's new." "Yeah." She glanced back toward the ladder. "There shouldn't be anything active down there." No equipment scheduled. No animals that close to the glass at that depth. Could something have gotten in? I asked. Like what? I don't know. Maintenance left something unsecured. A tool, a panel. A tool doesn't respond, she said. Neither does glass, I shot back. We held each other's gaze for a second longer than comfortable. Then she looked away first. Let's not jump to conclusions, she said. There's a reasonable explanation. Then let's find it. She hesitated. There it was again, that pause. You really want to go down there? She asked. You do. I want to follow procedure. And procedure says investigate irregularities. It also says don't take unnecessary risks. Is this unnecessary? She didn't answer immediately. Instead, she looked down into the darkness again. Tap, tap, closer this time. Or maybe it just felt that way. Emily exhaled. We should call this in. Yeah, get security down here. Maybe facilities. Yeah, neither of us moved. The space felt tighter now. The platform, the tank, the air itself. I glanced back at the ladder, at the partially open hatch above. It suddenly seemed farther away than it should have been. Dan, Emily said quietly, you're doing that thing again. What thing? Where you fixate on the anomaly instead of the process. I looked at her. The process isn't explaining it. The process keeps us from making mistakes. I'm not making a mistake. You don't know that. That landed harder than she probably intended. Because she was right. I didn't know. That was the problem. I'd spent the last year trying to avoid exactly this feeling, the one where things stopped lining up, and you had to make a call without enough information. The last time I'd done that, someone got hurt. Not here, different job, different system, but the same moment, the same hesitation, the same choice. I shook it off. If there's something loose down there, something hitting the glass, it could escalate. Crack the panel, compromise the seal. That panel is rated for extreme pressure, Emily said. A loose object isn't going to break it. Unless it's not just a loose object. She went still. What does that mean? I don't know, I said, and hated how that sounded. That's the point. Another pause. Then she said, we go down together, quick look. If it's nothing, we come back up and log it. If it's something, we call it in immediately. That's not exactly protocol. No, she said. But neither is standing here arguing while something unknown keeps hitting the tank. Fair, I nodded once. Okay. She moved toward the ladder that led to the lower level, flipping the switch for the secondary lights as she went. Nothing happened. She frowned and flipped it again. Still nothing. Bulbs out, I asked. Unlikely. They were replaced last week. Power issue. Everything else is running fine. We both looked at each other. Tap, louder now, from directly below. Emily swallowed. We've got flashlights. Yeah, she pulled one from her pocket, clicking it on. The beam cut through the darkness below, illuminating the lower ledge in a narrow cone. Metal grating. Pipes running along the wall, the base of the tank panel, and something else. At first, I thought it was just a shadow. A darker patch against the already dim surface. But as Emily adjusted the angle of the light, it shifted. Not fast, just enough. Do you see that? She asked, voice barely above a whisper. Yeah, is that? I don't know. The shape was close to the glass. Too close to be part of the normal water flow patterns. It wasn't moving like the fish we'd seen above, no smooth, gliding motion. It stayed near the panel, almost aligned with it. Emily's grip tightened on the flashlight. There's nothing in the inventory that should be down there like that. Could be debris, I said, though it sounded weak even to me. Debris doesn't hold position like that. Tap, tap. The sound came again. This time we saw it. Not clearly, but enough. A slight, localized vibration against the glass near where the shape hovered, as if something on the other side was making contact. Emily took a step back. "Okay, we're calling this in." "Yeah." She reached for her radio. "Static." She frowned, tapping it. "That's weird. Signal issue. We've got repeaters down here. Shouldn't be." The flashlight flickered, just once, then steadied. "Emily," I said quietly, "we should go back up." "Agreed." She turned toward the ladder, tap. Behind us, closer than before. We both turned back instinctively. The shape had shifted, not away, closer, right up against the glass now, still indistinct, still hard to define, but closer, and aligned almost perfectly with where we'd been standing a moment ago. Emily's voice came out tight. "We're leaving." "Yeah." We moved toward the ladder. I grabbed the first rung, starting up. Halfway up, I glanced back down. The flashlight beam had drifted slightly, casting the lower ledge in uneven light. For a second, everything looked normal again. Then the beam steadied, and I saw it, not the shape, the glass. There was a mark on it, on the inside, faint, 2 small, round impressions side by side, and beneath them a third, slightly offset, like a pattern, like Dan. Emily snapped. "Move." I climbed, fast. We reached the upper platform, both breathing a little harder than we should have been for that short distance. Emily didn't stop. She headed straight for the ladder to the hatch. "Let's get out, call this in, lock the access." The overhead light flickered. Once, twice, then went out. The platform dropped into near darkness, lit only by the faint glow from the tank and the narrow beam of Emily's flashlight. The hum of the pump stuttered, just for a second, but long enough to notice. Emily froze halfway up the ladder. "That's not good." "No," I said. A system hiccup in a place like this wasn't just inconvenient, it was dangerous. "Power fluctuation?" I asked. "Shouldn't be. We've got backups." The hum steadied again. Lights flickered back on, but dimmer, not full strength. Emily climbed the rest of the way up, pushing the hatch open wider. I followed. We stepped back into the corridor. The air felt warmer immediately. Normal, almost. Emily turned, reaching for the hatch to close it. Before she could, tap, tap. From the other side, right against the metal, we both froze. The sound was clearer now, without the thickness of the tank between us. Sharper, more defined. Emily slowly pulled her hand back from the hatch. "Okay," she said, voice tight. "That's definitely not debris." "No." We stood there, staring at the metal door. Then, faintly tap, a single knock, from the exact height where our heads were. Emily swallowed. "We need to lock this down." "Now," I nodded. But neither of us moved immediately. Because for the first time since this started, the sound didn't feel like it was coming from inside the tank. It felt like it was coming from right behind the hatch, from the narrow space we'd just been standing in. And something about that realization didn't fit any system I knew how to trust. Emily didn't wait this time. She grabbed the hatch handle and pulled it shut hard, metal slamming into its frame with a flat, ringing clang. I heard the latch catch. Then she spun the manual lock wheel, fast and tight, until it resisted. "Seal it," she said. "I am," I said, already crouching to check the lower gasket. The rubber lining looked intact, no obvious warping, no debris, but there was moisture along the seam. Not just condensation, thicker, beaded. "Is that normal?" she asked. "Not like this." I wiped a finger across it, clear, slightly viscous. I rubbed it between my fingers, then wiped it on my pants, uneasy. Tap, tap. The sound came again from the other side of the hatch, closer than anything inside a tank should be, not muffled anymore, direct. Emily took a step back, breathing shallow. Okay. We lock it, we call it in, we clear the corridor. Yeah, I said, though my eyes were still on the seam. A slow, deliberate tick echoed through the metal, not the same as before, lower, heavier. Did you hear that? She asked. Yeah, that didn't sound like glass. No, she turned and started toward the far end of the corridor. Control room. Now, I followed, but slower than I should have. I kept glancing back at the hatch. The metal didn't move. The lock held. But something about the way the sound traveled through it, too clean, too precise, kept my attention anchored there. We reached the corner where the service corridor met the main maintenance hallway. It opened up slightly, wider, brighter, with proper overhead lighting and signage. A door on the left led to the electrical room. Another straight ahead went up toward the public galleries, and eventually the control room. Emily hit her radio again. Control, this is Ross. Do you copy? Static. She tapped it against her palm. Come on. I pulled my phone back out, tried the internal system app again. No connection. Wi-Fi's down, I said. That's not possible, she said automatically. It's a closed network. It's down. She swore under her breath. Okay, hard line then. She veered left toward the electrical room. I followed. The door was propped open, a wedge of rubber jammed under it. Inside, rows of panels hummed softly, indicator lights blinking steady green and amber. It smelled warmer in here, dry, like heated dust and insulation. Emily crossed to the wall-mounted phone, grabbed the receiver, and pressed a button. Nothing. No dial tone. She pressed it again. Harder. Still nothing. That's not good, she said. No, Power S still running, I pointed out, gesturing at the panels. So it's not a full outage. Could be a localized comms failure, she said, though she didn't sound convinced. Switching hub issue. Would that affect radios too? Depends where the fault is. She hung up the phone slowly. For a moment, we just stood there, listening to the hum of the room. Then a faint, distant clang echoed from the corridor we just left. Not the hatch, something else. Emily's head snapped toward the door. What was that? Sounded like another door. There's nothing else down there. We both knew that wasn't strictly true. There were storage alcoves, secondary access points, older sections of the facility that weren't used much anymore, but nothing that should be opening or closing on its own. Maybe someone else is down here, I said, though it felt like a reach. Security would have logged it. Unless they didn't, she shook her head. No one comes into maintenance without clearance. Another sound, closer this time, a hollow knock, not unlike the tapping, but broader, less precise. Emily grabbed a flashlight from a hook on the wall, flicked it on. We need eyes on the corridor. Or we get upstairs, I said. Find someone with authority. And leave whatever that is behind a sealed hatch with a failing comm system. Better than walking toward it. She looked at me, jaw tight. You're the one who wanted to investigate. Yeah, I said. And now I'm saying we escalate a beat. Then she nodded once. Fine, we check the corridor. If anything's off, we pull back and go upstairs. Deal. We stepped back into the hallway. The lighting here was steady. Too steady, almost, after the flickering below. It made the shadows sharper, the edges cleaner. The corridor stretched ahead, empty. At the far end, the turn back toward the deep tank access was visible. The hatch itself was out of sight, just around the corner. For a second, everything looked normal. Then Emily angled her flashlight down. Dan, I followed the beam. Water. A thin trail of it ran along the concrete floor, starting from around the corner and creeping toward us. Not a flood. Just a steady line, like something had been dripping, and then started to move. "That wasn't there before," she said. "No," we moved closer. The water reflected the overhead lights in broken streaks. It wasn't clear like the condensation on the hatch. Slightly darker, clouded. "Could be a leak," I said. "Seal failure." "From a hatch that was just closed?" she asked. "Maybe it wasn't sealed properly." Her expression tightened. "I locked it." "I know." We reached the corner. Emily slowed, then leaned just enough to look around. I watched her face as she did. Curiosity, then confusion, then something sharper. "What?" I asked. She didn't answer right away. Instead, she stepped forward into the corridor. I followed. The hatch was still closed, still locked, but the moisture along its edges had spread. It wasn't just beating anymore, it was running, thin streams slipping down the metal and pooling at the base. And the sound, not tapping anymore. A low, irregular thud, as if something on the other side was pressing against it. "Okay," Emily said, voice tight. "That's a pressure issue. Inside the tank. Has to be. Then why no alarms?" "I don't know." The thud came again, heavier. The metal flexed just slightly, barely visible, but enough. "Dan," she said, backing up a step. "If that seal goes, we get a rush," I finished. "High-pressure water into the corridor." "At that depth, it's not just a rush," she said. "It's force, enough to." She didn't finish. She didn't need to. The corridor wasn't built to handle direct tank pressure. "Emergency cutoff," I said. "We isolate the tank. That's in the control room. Secondary valves." She shook her head. "Manual overrides are on the lower level." We both went quiet. The lower level, the dark one, where the shape had been. "Of course they are," I said. Emily exhaled, long and slow. "If we don't relieve pressure and something's wrong with the panel, it could fail. And if it fails, we don't have time to get upstairs," I said. Another thud. Stronger. Hatch handle rattled in its housing. Emily flinched. "Okay, that's escalating." "Yeah, we need to go back down." I looked at her. "You're serious?" "If there's a structural issue, the only way to stop it fast enough is manual intervention. We open the lower valves, reduce pressure in that section. And whatever's down there, we avoid it." I let out a short laugh that didn't feel like mine. "That's not a plan. It's the only one we've got." The thud came again. The metal groaned this time, a low, stressed sound. "Dan," she said, more urgent now, "we don't have the luxury of perfect information." I knew that. That was exactly the problem. My chest felt tight, not panic, just pressure, like my body was trying to decide whether to commit to something it couldn't predict. Last time, I'd hesitated. Last time, I'd waited for more data. And someone else had paid for it. I looked at the hatch, at the spreading water, at the faint, almost imperceptible bulge in the metal. "Okay," I said, "we go down, quick, in and out." Emily nodded, "In and out." She stepped forward, reaching for the lock. I grabbed her wrist. "Wait, what? Listen." We both held still. For a second, there was nothing but the hum of the building. Then tap, tap from the other side, not heavy like the thuds, light, precise, at head height. Emily closed her eyes briefly, then opened them. "Ignore it." "Yeah." She turned the lock. This time, the wheel resisted more than before. She had to put her weight into it, metal creaking as it gave. "Something S pushing on it," she said through gritted teeth. "I can see that." The latch released with a sharp snap. We both braced instinctively as she pulled the hatch open. Cold air surged out, stronger than before. Wet, sharp, and underneath it, that metallic smell again. Stronger now, almost coppery. Emily didn't hesitate. She stepped inside, flashlight cutting through the dim chamber. I followed, pulling the hatch closed behind us out of instinct. "Don't lock it," she said quickly. Right. We moved down the ladder. Faster this time. Less careful. Halfway down, my foot slipped on the rung slick with moisture, and I slammed my shin hard against the metal. Damn it, I hissed, grabbing the ladder to steady myself. You okay? Emily asked. Yeah, I said, though the pain flared sharp and hot. Keep moving. We reached the platform. The overhead light flickered again, dimmer than before. The tank loomed beside us, dark and vast. Lower level, Emily said, already moving. We reached the secondary ladder. She angled the flashlight down. The shape was still there, closer, pressed near the glass. The beam caught it just enough to outline something. Not a clean edge, irregular, like multiple surfaces overlapping. Don't look at it, Emily said, more to herself than to me. Just get to the valves. Right. She started down. I followed, slower now, my leg protesting each step. Halfway down, the flashlight flickered again, then steadied. We reached the lower ledge. The air felt thicker here, colder. The valves were mounted along the wall opposite the tank, a row of heavy wheels connected to thick pipes. Which one? I asked. Section C, she said, scanning the labels. Should relieve pressure from this side. She grabbed the wheel and started turning. It resisted. Come on, she muttered, putting more weight into it. I moved to help, gripping the opposite side. Together, we pushed. The wheel groaned, then began to turn, slow and stiff. Behind us, tap, tap, closer than ever. I didn't look. I focused on the valve, on the motion, on the system. Keep going, Emily said. I am. The wheel turned another notch, then another. A low hiss started somewhere in the pipes. Pressure's dropping, she said. Good. The hiss grew louder. Then a sudden clang echoed above us, from the upper platform. Emily froze. What was that? Probably the hatch, I said, though I didn't believe it. We both looked up, the ladder above us, the faint light from the upper level, and then the sound of the hatch slamming shut. Hard, final. Emily's face went pale. I didn't touch it. Another sound followed, the unmistakable grind of the lock wheel turning from the other side. We stared at each other. Neither of us moved, because there was no one else down here, and no one above us who should be touching that hatch. Emily's voice dropped to a whisper. Tell me that's automatic. It's not. The lock clicked. Once, twice, sealed. The hiss in the pipes continued. The pressure was dropping, but the way out was gone. For about 3 seconds after the hatch locked, neither of us moved. The hiss in the pipes kept going. Thin at first, then stronger. A dry, pressurized exhale that bounced off the tank glass and the metal grate under our boots. Emily still had both hands on the valve wheel. I still had one. My shin throbbed where I'd smashed it on the ladder, a hard, deep pain that had settled into my bones. Above us, nothing. No footsteps, no voice, no second sound to explain the first one away. Just that lock catching from the outside. Emily was the first to speak. That wasn't automatic, she said. No, she looked up again, flashlight beam trembling now. Not enough to shake wildly, but enough that I could see she was trying to keep her hands under control. Security would have said something, unless they saw something on camera and locked us in to contain it. I stared at her. You hear yourself. Do you have a better explanation? No, I didn't. That was the worst part. Every reasonable explanation we came up with lasted about 10 seconds before some detail tore a hole in it. The valve wheel shifted under our hands. Emily snapped back to it. Keep turning. We leaned in and forced it another quarter turn. The pipe hiss deepened into a low, rushing sound. Somewhere beyond the wall, inside the system, I heard water moving through a redirect line. Section pressure should be dropping, she said, breathing hard. Should be. It's manual. There's lag. Another tap came from behind us. Not above, not at the hatch, right at the glass. I turned before I meant to. The shape was there. Closer than ever, pressed so near the panel that the flashlight beam flattened against it. It still didn't make immediate sense as a single animal. Too uneven, too layered. For one crawling second, my brain tried to force it into something impossible, something with hands, a face, shoulders bent forward against the acrylic. Then the light shifted, and it resolved. Not a body, equipment. A tangled mass of netting and straps wrapped around something rigid, maybe a maintenance frame or feeding rig, pinned against the inside of the glass by the current. Sections of dark neoprene flapped in the water. A pale oval shape swung near the front. I felt my stomach drop anyway. Jesus, Emily breathed. The pale oval rotated in the beam. A dive mask, empty. The straps floated behind it like hair. For one awful second, it looked like a person staring through the glass. Then it rolled again, and the illusion broke. Misdirection. That was all. A knot of abandoned gear caught in the current. Explainable, completely explainable. My pulse didn't care. That's what we saw, I said, too fast, trying to make myself believe it. Some maintenance rig got left in there. Emily nodded once, swallowing hard. Yeah. Then the mask struck the glass. Tap, tap, 2 quick knocks as the current nudged it forward. There it was. The pattern, not a signal, not a response. A loose mask hitting acrylic in the same rhythm every time the flow cycled. I let out a breath so sharp it almost hurt. It's the gear. Part of it, Emily said. She was right immediately, and I hated her for it for half a second. Because the mask explained the tapping. It didn't explain the hatch flexing. It didn't explain the water at the seam. It didn't explain the lock turning above us. A deep metallic groan rolled through the panel beside us. We both turned. The equipment mass shifted again, dragged sideways by a harder current. I saw what had pinned it there now. One edge of a steel maintenance frame had wedged into the narrow gap near the lower intake housing. Every pulse of redirected water was torquing it against the acrylic and the mounting bracket. Not enough to crack the viewing panel on its own, but maybe enough, over time, to stress the base seal. Enough to keep pounding the same weakened point. Enough to explain the warm spot higher up where the water flow had changed. Emily caught it too. The frames jammed in the intake pattern, and when we opened the valve, we changed the current. She swung the flashlight to the lower bracket line. It's loading the base differently now. As if in answer, a sharp pop rang out from the far end of the panel. A bolt head struck the grating near my boot and spun away. We both stared at the gap where it had come from. One of the lower mounting bolts had sheared clean off. Move, Emily said. We backed away from the glass at the same moment. A thin white line appeared along the base seam, not a crack, not yet, but a high-pressure thread of water atomizing into mist as it forced through a failing seal. Then another 6 inches of seam began to spit. Not flood, not yet, but enough. Valve, Emily said. More. We're already dropping pressure. Not fast enough. We went back to the wheel. My shins screamed when I planted on that leg. I nearly slipped, caught myself on the pipe, and felt something pull in my lower back. Emily grunted with effort. Push. We forced the wheel farther open. The hiss roared now, loud enough that we had to raise our voices. Above us, somewhere on the upper platform, metal clanged again. Forget the hatch, Emily shouted. We stabilize this first. How stable? Shot me a look. Enough not to die immediately. Fair. The spray at the base seemed slowed for one hopeful second. Then the jammed frame inside the tank shifted again with a violent jolt. The empty mask smacked the panel once, hard enough to crack one of its buckles. The frame twisted lower. A second bolt sheared. The seam let go in a sudden horizontal burst. A blade-thin jet of seawater shot across the ledge and hit the opposite pipe bank with a sound like tearing cloth. I ducked instinctively. Down. Emily yelled. The jet swung as the bracket deformed, carving bright lines through the air. It clipped the flashlight out of her hand. The light bounced once, spun, and dropped through the grating to the sump channel below, leaving us in dim blue spill from the tank and the weak upper fixture. Emily crouched, one arm over her face. We need to isolate this section. With what? She pointed through the spray toward the far end of the lower ledge. Emergency shutter lever. End of the platform. Red housing. I followed her gesture. There was a recessed mechanical cutoff at the far end, maybe 20 feet away past the failing seam. If pulled, it would drop a steel isolation barrier inside the service manifold, not for the whole tank, but enough to reduce force on this viewing section. Why didn't we do that first? I shouted. Because it jams if there's too much load, and because I was hoping we weren't here yet. Another bracket screamed. The horizontal jet broadened. Water hammered the opposite wall, ricocheting back as freezing spray. The ledge under our boots went slick immediately. Go, Emily said. We go together. Dan, we go together. That shut her up. We moved low, bent nearly double, keeping to the pipe side of the ledge where the main jet couldn't hit us cleanly. The geography was simple in the worst way. Tank glass on our right, wall and pipes on our left, ladder behind us, cut-off lever ahead. No cover except the pipe clusters bolted to the concrete wall every few feet. Halfway there, the seam failed wider. A sheet of water erupted outward with enough force to slam my shoulder into the wall. My boots shot sideways. I went down hard on one knee and then onto my hands, skinning one palm on the grate. Emily grabbed the back of my jacket and hauled, but the current pouring across the ledge was already ankle deep and rising fast. Up, she snapped. I got one foot under me. A loose wrench, probably left from some earlier maintenance, shot past in the water and struck my bad shin. White heat burst up my leg. I bit down on a noise and nearly blacked out for a second. Emily saw my face. Can you stand? Yes, that was generous, but technically true. We kept moving. Another few feet. Then the whole lower panel gave a deep, booming thump from inside as the jammed frame finally tore free of the intake housing and slammed broadside against the glass. Not a breach. Worse in a way. The water pressure equalized differently, and the seam ripped farther along its base, turning the single roaring sheet into two crossing jets. One hit the railing. The other hit us. I got spun around and slammed hip first into the red emergency housing. For one stupid, grateful second, I almost laughed. Found it, I gasped. Emily crashed into me a second later, breath gone, hoodie plastered to her skin. Open it. The housing had a metal safety cover with a latch pin. My fingers were numb from cold and shaking too badly. I missed the pin twice. Daniel, I'm trying. She drove her elbow into the cover instead. It dented but didn't open. I jammed my scraped palm under the latch, ripped skin wider, and yanked. The cover snapped free. Inside was the lever, red painted steel, about 2 feet long, currently locked upright. A printed label above it read, "Sectional isolation shutter, pull fully down. May require 2 operators." Emily laughed once, breathless and ugly. "Of course it does." We both grabbed it, pulled, nothing. "The lever didn't move. It's under load," she said. "No kidding." Water was at mid-calf now, surging hard enough around our legs to destabilize us. The failed seam shrieked. Somewhere above, another light went out. The blue glow from the tank flickered as suspended debris swarmed the inside current. Emily braced one foot against the wall. Again. On 3. 1, 2, 3. We hauled. Lever moved maybe an inch. A brutal metallic grind answered from inside the wall. Again, we pulled. Another inch. The jammed frame inside the tank, suddenly freed from its previous position, swept through the beamless dark like a big hooked skeleton. It hit the glass once more, not where the seam was failing now, but close enough to make the whole panel shudder. Emily's eyes met mine. No more room left for hesitation in either of us. "One more," she said. We leaned everything into it. My back lit up. My injured leg buckled. My shoulders felt like they were tearing loose from the sockets. The lever dropped halfway. A thunderous slam answered somewhere deep in the service manifold. The effect was immediate and awful. The main jets from the seam lessened, but the sudden hydraulic change sent a heavy rebound pulse through the lower system. A maintenance pipe behind us burst at a coupling with a sharp crack, blasting the wall and knocking Emily off balance. She slipped. Her boots went out from under her, and she vanished sideways into the current. I caught the sleeve of her hoodie with one hand. For half a second I had her. Then the wet fabric stretched. I grabbed again, got her wrist this time. Her body swung hard in the flow, lower half pinned toward the seam. Her shoulder hit the grating edge. She sucked in air through her teeth, but didn't scream. "Don't let go," she said. Wasn't planning to. I was flat against the housing now, one arm around the lever bracket, one hand locked on her wrist. My scraped palm was slick. My shin was shaking uncontrollably. If she slipped another foot, the current would take her directly into the spray zone and maybe off the ledge entirely. "Use the lever," she said. "I can't. You have to finish it. I let go, you go." "Dan," her voice sharpened in a way that cut through everything. "If you don't finish it, we both go." She was right. Again. I looked at the lever. Still halfway. Needed full travel. I looked at her shoulder. The angle was wrong, not dislocated maybe, but bad. Her free hand scrabbled against the grate and found nothing. There are moments when bravery is too glamorous a word for what happens. It's not courage, it's subtraction. You run out of acceptable alternatives. I shifted my grip, hooked my elbow through the side bracket of the housing to anchor myself, used my trapped, shaking leg to brace against the wall. Then I hauled the lever downward with my free hand while still holding Emily with the other. It didn't move enough. Damn it, Emily understood before I said anything. She swung with the current on purpose, using her weight like a counterbalance. The pull on my shoulder nearly tore it out of place. The lever dropped another 6 inches. A second internal slam. The main seam jet weakened drastically. "Again," she shouted. I pulled. She dropped her weight once more. The lever hit bottom. Somewhere inside the wall, steel shutters crashed into place. The change in pressure was so abrupt the remaining spray collapsed into heavy leaks and mist. Water still poured from the damaged seam, but no longer with cutting force. The ledge current eased from murderous to merely dangerous. I dragged Emily toward me by her wrist and grabbed the back of her hoodie with both hands. Together, slipping and gasping, we got her against the wall. For 5 seconds, neither of us did anything but breathe. Then she laughed once, short, hysterical, immediately swallowed. Did it? Yeah, my whole body had started shaking. Cold, shock, adrenaline burning out, hard to tell which. Can you stand? I asked. She flexed her injured arm and winced so sharply it answered for her. I can move. Good enough. Above us, faint through the noise of leaking water, I heard another sound. Not mechanical, knocking, from the hatch. Not the neat tap of the mask anymore. Heavier. Human knuckles on metal. Emily heard it too, her head snapped up. Someone's there, security. Or control, or she stopped herself. Or whoever had locked it. We looked at the ladder. The lower ledge was flooding, but survivable for now. The glass panel still held, though the base seam was ruined. The isolation shutter had bought us time, maybe a lot, maybe only minutes. Not safety, just time. I got under Emily's good side and helped her toward the ladder. My shin threatened to fold every other step. We moved anyway. Slow, ugly, real. At the upper ladder, climbing became its own separate emergency. Emily could barely use her left arm. I had to push from below, half lifting her by the waist while trying not to fall backward into the water. Twice my foot slipped. Once hers did. Metal scraped skin. My back spasmed so hard my vision went white at the edges. But we got to the upper platform. Then to the chamber. The hatch was still sealed. The knocking came again. 3 fast hits this time. Back up. A muffled voice shouted through the metal. A voice. Real, male. Emily and I stumbled away from the door just as the lock wheel spun from outside. The hatch opened hard enough to hit the interior stop with a bang. 2 security officers stood there, with a facilities supervisor behind them, all in emergency gear, all looking like they'd sprinted. One of them took in the scene, the water, our faces, Emily's arm hanging wrong, the blood on my palm and pant leg, and just said, Jesus Christ. The rest of it blurred after that in the way real crises do once other people take over. Questions. Emergency, shut-off confirmations. A medic kneeling me onto a crate and cutting my pant leg to check the shin. Emily refusing a sling until she'd finished, explaining the sectional isolation sequence twice to make sure the right valves stayed closed. Security asking whether anyone else had been down there, whether we'd seen a person, whether the lock had been engaged from outside, or maybe rebounded under stress. Maybe. That was the word they kept wanting. Maybe the lock wheel had slipped during the pressure event. Maybe the radio repeater had failed because of moisture ingress. Maybe the trapped maintenance frame had been left in the tank after the afternoon dive team's equipment recovery. Maybe the empty mask created the illusion of a face. Maybe the tapping had always just been current and gear and bad timing, and 2 tired people alone in the wrong corridor. Maybe, by the time they got us upstairs, I was limping badly enough that they put me in a wheelchair, despite my arguing. Emily sat 2 bays over in the first aid room while someone immobilized her shoulder. Her face had gone gray with pain by then, freckles standing out sharply against cold skin. She looked over at me once while the medic wrapped my leg. Neither of us said anything. We didn't need to. The conflict, technically, was over. The panel had held. The section was isolated. No one drowned. No catastrophic breach flooded the service corridor. No one died because I hesitated this time. But survival had a price stamped all over it. My leg had a deep bone bruise, and a fracture line just below the knee, they said later. Emily had torn ligaments in her shoulder. We'd both be out for weeks. And there was one thing I couldn't file away with the rest. When facilities reviewed the access logs just before dawn, they found the hatch had been manually locked from outside at 10:21 p.m. That part was clear. What wasn't clear was who had done it. No guard badge pinged in that corridor at that time. No maintenance login. No camera view, because the corridor camera outside deep tank access had gone dead for exactly 4 minutes during the pressure event. 4 minutes, long enough for a lock to turn, long enough for someone to walk away. They kept me overnight because of the leg. Hairline fracture just below the knee, deep bruise along the shin, and a handful of smaller things that didn't matter as much once the adrenaline wore off. Scraped palms, a pulled muscle in my back that made it hard to breathe if I twisted wrong. The ER doctor said I was lucky in that flat, practiced way that doesn't leave room for interpretation. Lucky it wasn't a full structural failure, he said, tapping the X-ray with the back of his pen. Lucky you weren't closer to the seam when it went. Lucky. I nodded like I understood the math. Emily was 2 rooms down. They'd put her shoulder in a sling after the scan's ligament damage, not a full tear, but bad enough that she'd be out for a while. When I saw her later, she was sitting upright, back stiff against the bed, jaw set like she was holding something in place that wasn't physical. "You look like hell," she said when I rolled in on the chair. "You look worse," I said. She gave a short, humorless laugh. Fair. For a minute, we just sat there. Hospitals have their own kind of quiet. Not silence, never silence, but a constant low-level noise that fills in the gaps so you don't notice how much you're thinking. "You hear from them?" I asked. "Facilities," she said. "Yeah, they shut down the entire deep tank section. Drained pressure, isolated the damaged panel. Dive teams going in this morning to clear the debris. The frame. Yeah, and the mask." She nodded once. They already confirmed that part. It was part of the afternoon maintenance rig. Someone didn't log it out properly. "That's comforting," I said. "It is," she said, but didn't sound convinced. I watched her adjust the sling with her good hand, small, careful movements. The kind you make when you don't trust your own body not to make things worse. "They say anything about the hatch?" I asked. Her eyes flicked to mine, then away. "They're reviewing it. That's not an answer. It's the one they gave." I leaned back in the chair, feeling the pull in my back protest. "Camera. Dead for 4 minutes," she said. "Exactly when we were down there. Convenient. Yeah, we let that sit. There wasn't much else to do with it." They discharged me the next afternoon with crutches and a list of instructions I only half listened to. Rest. Elevate. Follow up in a week. Don't put weight on it unless you have to. I had to. The apartment was on the 2nd floor, and the elevator had been out for 3 days before any of this happened. It made for a slow climb. Every step up the stairs sent a dull, controlled pulse through my leg, like something tapping from the inside out. Tap, tap. I stopped halfway up once, more from the thought than the pain. Then I kept going. Inside, everything was exactly how I'd left it. Shoes by the door, dishes in the sink, a thin line of dust on the TV stand I'd been meaning to wipe down for weeks. Normal. I dropped my keys in the bowl and stood there for a minute, listening. No pumps, no water moving through pipes behind concrete walls, no fluorescent hum, just the faint traffic noise from the street and the refrigerator kicking on and off. I sat on the couch, propped my leg up on a stack of pillows, and stared at nothing in particular. At some point, I fell asleep. When I woke up, it was dark. For a second, I didn't know where I was. The room felt wrong, too quiet, too still. My brain filled in the missing noise with something else, something low and constant that didn't belong. Then the refrigerator clicked on, and the illusion broke. I exhaled. "Get a grip," I muttered. The words sounded thin in the room. They called me in 3 days later. Not back to work. Not yet, just a meeting. Routine debrief, the email said. Standard procedure after an incident. The conference room overlooked one of the public galleries. During the day, it would have been full of people, kids pressed up against the glass, parents pointing things out they half remembered from documentaries. Now, midweek, late morning, it was quiet. A few visitors moved slowly along the railing, voices low, footsteps soft on the carpet. From up here, the tank looked calm, controlled, like nothing had ever been wrong. Emily was already there when I got in, her sling tucked under a loose jacket, hair pulled back tighter than usual. She gave me a nod. Dan, M, across from us sat a man I recognized, but had never really spoken to. Facilities director, mid-50s, neat, controlled, the kind of person who always seemed like he'd already decided what the outcome of a conversation would be before it started. "Mr. Mercer, Ms. Ross," he said. "Thank you for coming in." We sat. He folded his hands on the table. "I want to start by saying that your actions prevented a significant structural failure. The isolation of that section likely avoided extensive damage to the facility and potential harm to others." Emily nodded once. "We did what we could." "Yes," he said, "and we appreciate that." There was a pause, not awkward, deliberate. "However," he continued, "there are several points we need to clarify for the report." Of course there were. He asked about the sequence of events. The tapping, the decision to enter, the valve, the shutter, the timing. We answered carefully, accurately. I watched his face as we talked, looking for something, recognition maybe, or doubt. He didn't give either. When we got to the hatch, he leaned forward slightly. "You're both certain it was locked from the outside?" "Yes," Emily said. "Yes," I echoed. "And you did not engage the lock yourselves at any point while inside?" No. He nodded, as if that lined up with something he'd already heard. "The access logs show no authorized personnel in that corridor at the time," he said. "And the camera feed was interrupted due to what appears to be a localized system fault." "Appears," I said. He glanced at me. "That is the current assessment. What's the alternative?" I asked. He held my gaze for a moment longer than necessary. "We deal in evidence, Mr. Mercer." "Right." Another pause. Then he moved on. "The maintenance frame," he said. "It was left unsecured after an earlier dive operation. That appears to be the root cause of the structural stress." "Appears," Emily said, almost under her breath. He didn't react. "The equipment has been recovered," he continued, "and procedures are being reviewed to ensure this does not happen again." "Good," I said, "because what else do you say to that?" The meeting ended 10 minutes later. We stood, shook hands, and walked out into the hallway together. Neither of us spoke until we were out of earshot. "You buy that?" I asked. Emily adjusted her sling. "Parts of it." "Which parts?" "The frame, the current, the pressure, and the rest." She didn't answer right away. We stopped near the railing overlooking the tank. From here, you could see the section that had been isolated. There was a faint difference in the glass, subtle, but there, if you knew where to look. A slight distortion where the panel had been reinforced overnight. "Everything else," she said finally, "doesn't fit as cleanly." No, we watched a group of fish move through the water, their bodies catching the light in slow, synchronized flashes. Order, predictability. The kind of thing I used to trust. You going back? I asked. Eventually, she said. You? Same, another pause. You still hear it? She asked, not looking at me. What? The tapping. I considered lying. Sometimes, I said instead. Yeah, she said. Me too. I went back to work 2 weeks later. Light duty, paperwork mostly. System checks that didn't involve ladders or confined spaces. The kind of work that keeps you inside your own head longer than you'd like. The deep tank access was still restricted. Red tape across the corridor. Temporary barriers. A sign that read, authorized personnel only, structural maintenance in progress. I passed it a few times that first day, each time feeling the same pull to stop, to look, to listen. I didn't. Not at first. By the end of the week, I did. Just for a second. Just long enough to stand at the edge of the restricted zone and look down the corridor. The lights were on. Everything looked normal. Too normal. I told myself I was checking for leaks, for signs of ongoing work. I was listening. There was nothing. No tapping. No thuds. No metallic tick echoing through the walls. Just the steady, distant hum of the building doing exactly what it was designed to do. I stayed there longer than I should have. Then I turned and walked away. A month later, the tank was fully operational again. Public access restored. The barriers came down. Families came back. Kids pressed their hands against the glass, pointing at fish, at shadows, at things that moved just a little differently than everything else. I stood in the gallery one afternoon, off to the side, watching. Not the fish, the glass. Specifically, the lower section where the panel had been reinforced. You couldn't see the repair unless you knew where to look. A slight change in clarity. A faint line where the new material met the old. I stepped closer. Close enough that my reflection ghosted faintly over the water. For a second, I saw myself as something else, distorted by the thickness of the panel, stretched and flattened into something unfamiliar. Then the angle shifted, and it was just me again. Behind me, a kid knocked on the glass. 2 quick taps. Tap, tap. I froze. The kid laughed and ran off, chasing something his parents had pointed out. The sound lingered, not in the air. In my head, I exhaled slowly. Just a kid, I said under my breath. Just a kid, just a sound, just a system doing what systems do. I turned to leave. As I did, something moved at the edge of my vision. Low, near the base of the panel. I stopped, looked back. Nothing obvious. Just the usual slow drift of water, the shapes moving through it. Then, for a fraction of a second, I saw it. Not a face, not a body. Just a darker patch against the already dark water. Close to the glass. Lined with where I'd been standing. It shifted slightly. Then it was gone, lost in the movement of everything else. I stood there longer than I should have, long enough that someone brushed past me and said sorry without really looking. Long enough that the normal noise of the gallery filled in all the spaces where something else might have been. Finally, I turned and walked away. I didn't go back down to the service corridor that day, or the next. But sometimes, when the building settles just right, when the pumps cycle, and the pipes adjust to the load, I still hear it. Not loud, not enough to trigger anything, just enough to notice. Tap, tap, that's tonight's story. If it gives you chills, make sure to subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and tap the bell so you never miss what's coming next. And if you're still brave enough, there are more dark tales waiting for you right here on the channel, go watch another if you dare. Welcome back to Mia Horror Stories. Tonight's tale, I'm a dispatcher for 911. The calls from the abandoned factory never stop, is best experienced in the dark, which is why the screen will stay black. No distractions, no flashing images, just you, your imagination, and the story. So sit back, relax, and listen all the way to the end if you dare. At 2:13 a.m., the line lit up from a dead address. That was what caught my eye first. Not the voice, not the words. The address field on my screen. I had just cleared a domestic disturbance in Hamtramck and was halfway through a stale sip of coffee that tasted like burned pennies when the CAD system chirped, dropped a new incoming call into my queue, and autofilled the location as 4817 Lanson Street, Riverton Tool and Stamping Plant. The plant had been empty for 9 years. Everybody in dispatch knew that address. Cops knew it. Fire knew it. Half the city probably knew it, because the place sat 3 blocks off the river with its busted windows staring over a chain link fence and an old sign that still said RIVERTON Tool and stamping in flaking blue paint. Kids broke in there. Scrappers got chased out. Once in a while somebody called in smoke from transients burning copper wire in oil drums. But there wasn't supposed to be a landline. There wasn't supposed to be anybody on site at 2 in the morning. There definitely wasn't supposed to be a clean Ani Ali hit like the building was occupied and paying utilities. I set the coffee down and clicked in. 911, what's the address of your emergency? At first I heard only air, not silence, air. A faint rushing sound, like a cheap headset rubbed against a sleeve. Somewhere farther back there was a metallic clank, then another, slow and uneven, like something loose swinging on a chain. Then a man said very clearly, "Don't hang up." His voice was low and rough, maybe 50s, maybe older. White, if I had to guess, local accent flattened by cigarettes and bad sleep. He wasn't whispering because he was hiding. He sounded like a person who had forgotten how to talk at normal volume. "Sir, what's going on there?" A pause, breathing, then, "They keep calling from inside the building." I looked at the screen again to make sure I hadn't misread the location. Same abandoned plant. Same dead, still map tile. Who keeps calling? He didn't answer that. Instead he said, "You need to tell them not to send anybody in alone." And then the line went open. Not disconnected. Open. I could hear the same airy hiss, the faint metallic tap, and somewhere way off, what sounded like a phone ringing. I started the trace and flagged the call for supervisor review. "My name is Mara Donnelly. I'm 34, and I've been a 911 dispatcher in Riverton, Michigan for 8 years. If you've never sat in a public safety answering point at 2 in the morning, it's hard to explain how small your world gets. The room is all low light and screens, CAD windows, map layers, channel monitors, a weather band nobody listens to unless it starts saying tornado. The fluorescent panels overhead are dimmed on nights, so the monitors don't fry your eyes. The carpet never loses the smell of wet boots and old coffee, no matter how many times the county pays to steam it. Every headset has someone else's voice dried into the foam if you think about it too long. You learn very quickly what counts as strange and what only feels strange because it's late. A naked man covered in axle grease running down Jefferson. Strange, but ordinary enough for a Friday. A child calling because his mom won't wake up. Horrible, but ordinary. A burglar alarm tripping at a closed warehouse with no answer on the keyholder list. That happened every week. A dead address calling 911 to warn us not to send anyone in alone sat in a different box. "Hey," said Tasha beside me, rolling her chair back with one foot. "You look like your screen just insulted your mother." Tasha Bell was 41, black, the senior dispatcher on midnights, and the kind of woman who could eat yogurt while talking a suicidal caller off a bridge without ever sounding rushed. She wore cheap floral perfume that managed to survive the building's air conditioning and kept a bowl of peppermints by her keyboard like an elementary school receptionist. People outside the room imagined dispatchers as disembodied voices. Tasha was all body language, all eyebrows, all one hand up, wait a second, when the radio traffic stacked. "Call from Riverton Tool," I said. She snorted automatically. "Security alarm." "No, voice call." That made her look over. I turned my monitor a few degrees so she could see the incident log. She leaned in, read the address, and the expression on her face changed only by a notch. But I noticed it because that was my job, catching little shifts before they became problems. "What'd he say?" I told her. She reached over me, tapped the event history, and said, "Could be a spoof, could be a cell tower hiccup, could be some idiot kid with a VoIP line and too much time." "Yeah, you don't sound convinced." I was. The thing is, I scare easy, but not in the way people think. I don't jump at noises. I don't mind gore photos when EMS texts in from a scene. What gets under my skin is pattern. The idea that something has happened before or is happening again, and nobody sees it until it's already got momentum. It's the flaw I've never gotten rid of. Once something seems to fit a shape, I start looking for the rest of it. Sometimes that makes me good at the job. Sometimes it makes me imagine order where there's only coincidence and tiredness and old machinery doing what old machinery does. Private fear, if you want the blunt version. Missing the thing that matters because I decided it was probably nothing. I reopened the audio buffer and played the clip through one ear. Tasha listened. The metallic clank came through flatter on playback. The man's voice sounded even more worn out the second time, and at the very end, after his warning, there was another sound under the open line, 3 bright tones close together. Not a ring exactly, more like keypad beeps. Tasha sat back. "Huh, right. Could still be bullshit," she said, but softer now. "Did he give a name?" "No." The radio cracked with a traffic stop on the west side. Somebody else got a medical alarm. A dog bite call stacked, then cleared. For a minute, the room resumed its normal rhythm, which is one of the strangest comforts in the world. Somebody laughed 2 pods over at something I couldn't hear. The printer spat out a fire run with that dry insect chatter printers have. One of the HVAC vents clicked and started pushing colder air across the back of my neck. I was halfway into another call, a drunk guy insisting someone had stolen the catalytic converter off his truck while he was actively driving it when the Riverton Tool line lit up again. Same address, same dead plant. I transferred the drunk to a non-emergency queue, hit answer, and said, 911. "What's the address of your emergency?" This time the voice was a woman S. "You need to stop answering." Her voice was younger than the man's, 20s maybe, breathing hard. Not panicked exactly, more like she'd been running and was trying not to show it. "Ma'am, what is your location? You keep waking him up." Something scraped across the line. a hollow, dragging sound. Then I heard what could have been her hand over the receiver and another voice, too muffled to make out. "Ma'am, if you're inside Riverton Tool, I need you to tell me whether you're injured." "I'm not there," she said. "Then where are you?" But she'd already moved away from the mouthpiece because her voice went thin and far, and I caught only a fragment. "Third floor," before the call cut off hard. Not open line. Hard disconnect. I looked at Tasha. Tasha looked at me. "Okay," she said. "Log it." I did. She got up and crossed to the supervisor's desk. Our supervisor that night was Glenn Mercer, 58, white, former road patrol, one of those men who always looked as if he'd just been handed a receipt he intended to dispute. Glenn had the flattened nose of a guy who'd spent his 20s doing both hockey and bar fights, and he distrusted anything that came through a computer, unless it also existed on paper. He listened to Tasha with half his attention while scanning the cue board, then walked over and planted both hands on my partition. "Play it." I played both calls. Glenn frowned all the way through them. "Any active utilities at that address?" "Shouldn't be," I said. "Shouldn't be isn't is." Tasha was already pulling property notes. Electrics supposedly cut. Water too. Private owner LLC out of Dearborn. Last code inspection was 5 months ago after a trespasser fire. Glenn grunted. "Any priors tonight?" I ran the address history. Burglary alarm 6 days ago, unfounded. Suspicious persons last month. 2 juvenile trespass complaints in the fall. Then farther back, older calls, pages of them, if you widen the date range enough. Alarm trips. Fire investigations. Collapse injury from 12 years ago, back when the place still had salvage crews. An officer assist. An overdose. And a strange little cluster from 3 years earlier. 4 hang-up 911 calls inside 2 nights, all traced to the same address, all unable to recontact, all cleared as line malfunction after units found the building secured. I felt something tighten under my ribs. Tasha saw it on my face. "Don't do your pattern thing yet." "I'm not doing anything." "Yes, you are." Glenn tapped the desk with one thick finger. "Listen to me. Abandoned building, history of trespassers. Maybe an old emergency box with intermittent current. Maybe someone patched something they shouldn't have. Most likely explanation is still the best one." That was classic Glenn. Not stupid, just committed to the world, making procedural sense. "Do we send a car?" I asked. He didn't answer immediately, which told me more than if he had. Sending police to an abandoned industrial site at night for a weird phone call wasn't nothing. You had officer safety concerns, bad sight lines, unstable flooring, copper thieves, needles, kids trying to scare each other with TikTok videos. But not sending a car when someone might actually be in distress wasn't nothing either. Dispatch lives in those not-nothings. Before he could decide, the line lit up a third time. Not in my queue, on an overflow console across the pod, where Lewis grabbed it with a cheerful, automatic, 911, what's the address? Then his face changed. Luis Ortega was 26, Latino, on year 2, good on radios, and still too eager to prove he could handle anything without asking for help. He held up one finger without looking away from his screen. We could all hear only his side. Sir, slow down. What stairwell?" "No, I need you to tell me if anyone is hurt." "Hello." Over at us. Riverton Tool. Nobody in the room said anything for a beat. That was worse than panic. Panic makes noise. Real unease sucks the room inward. Lewis clicked speaker on for 1 second before the caller disconnected. A burst of static-filled sound washed out over the pod, ragged breathing, a ringing clang, and then a man shouting from very far away, "Don't let them use the west entrance, gone." The room felt colder after that, though it probably was. Glenn straightened. "All right. Start an event. Suspicious circumstances, possible trespassers, possible injured parties. Send 2 units to stage outside the perimeter only until we know what we've got." Tasha was already typing. I was already building the call notes. Lewis muttered "Jesus" under his breath and rubbed one hand over his jaw. For about 30 seconds, everything became easy again because procedure is a mercy. Select event type, confirm address, assign channel, broadcast to patrol, watch units mark en route. The world narrows to verbs. Then, while I was updating the remarks, multiple 911 calls from vacant factory, callers giving conflicting info. "Use caution," the administrative line rang. "Not emergency." The old gray handset by the printer that almost nobody used after midnight except hospitals and nursing homes and people who thought dialing 10 digits got them to a more reasonable class of government employee. Tasha grabbed it. Riverton 911 bell, she listened, and I watched her face go still. "Yes, sir," she said after a moment. "Can you repeat the address?" She wrote it on a sticky note and held it up for Glenn. 4817 Lanson. Tasha's voice stayed even. "And you're where now?" "Across from it. In the gas station lot." "Okay. Tell me exactly what you can see." Her free hand moved, palm down, a signal for quiet that nobody had to be told to obey. The whole room had already quieted anyway. Headsets on, screens glowing, HVAC breathing overhead. The administrative handset cord stretched taut in Tasha's fingers. She listened, asked one more question, then covered the mouthpiece and said to Glenn, "Caller says he's watching lights moving on the 3rd floor." Nobody spoke. Glenn looked at me, then at the open event on my screen, then through the glass toward the dark parking lot outside, as if the answer might be standing there in reflective gear. The patrol units were already 2 minutes out. And for the first time that night, the choice in front of us stopped being theoretical. We could keep it contained, treat it as trespassing, perimeter only, wait for daylight and a property rep. Or we could tell the officers what the callers had said about the west entrance, about not going in alone, about the 3rd floor, and risk pushing a weird, maybe meaningless detail into the heads of tired cops arriving at a dangerous place. Tasha lowered her hand from the receiver. Glenn said, "What exactly are we telling them?" That was where it sat, my fingers on the keyboard, the units coming up on Lanson, the dead factory on my map screen looking like just another block of dark geometry beside the river, and me knowing that whatever answer I gave would matter, even if this was nothing, especially if it was. I told them everything, not in a dramatic movie speech way, just facts, clipped and quick, the way we're trained. But I didn't sand off the edges either. I didn't reduce it to possible trespassers. Use caution. I said, "Be advised, we've had multiple 911 calls from inside the structure. Callers are warning against entering alone. One mentioned activity on the 3rd floor. Another advised not to use the west entrance. Unknown number of occupants." There was a half-second of dead air on channel 2. Then Officer Delaney came back, voice steady, a little tighter than before. "Copy that. We'll stage at the east fence line." His partner keyed up right after. "Dispatch, confirm utilities are cut to the building." Tasha looked at me. I checked again, even though I already had. Affirmative, I said. Per property records, no active electric or water. Lewis muttered under his breath. So what are the lights then? But he didn't key his mic. Not yet. The units marked on scene 2 minutes later. I watched their GPS pips slide into place on the map, 2 blue arrows just outside the factory perimeter, idling on Lanson near the broken chain link gate that never quite closed all the way. The administrative caller was still on the line with Tasha. Yeah, I can see them, he was saying. Your officers. They're just sitting there. Stay where you are, sir, Tasha said. Do not approach the building. Keep a safe distance. I'm not stupid, he said, but the lights are still moving. Where exactly? Top floor, 3rd, I guess. They're not like turning on and off. They're moving like flashlights, but not steady. Tasha pressed the phone tighter to her ear. How many lights? 2. No, 3. Hold on. A pause. The kind that makes you lean closer to your own screen even though it won't help. 2, he corrected. 2 for sure. I typed it into the event log as she spoke. Witness REPORTS 2, moving light sources, 3rd floor. Glenn hovered behind us, arms folded, eyes flicking between screens. Get a fire unit rolling, he said quietly. Stage them out too. If there's someone up there and they go through a rotten floor, we're going to need them. Tasha nodded and spun her chair, already dispatching Engine 6. On Channel 2, Delaney came back. Dispatch, we've got visual on broken windows, north face. I can see intermittent light inside, upper level. Copy, I said. His partner Ray's, I saw on the unit ID added. Fence is compromised on the west side. Gates partially open. No visible movement at ground level. I felt my fingers hover over the keyboard. West side. The warning. Units, be advised, I said, careful to keep my voice even. Previous caller specifically advised against using the west entrance. A beat. Copy that, Delaney said. Then, after a second, we weren't planning to. But there was something in his tone, not annoyance, not quite. Just that slight shift you get when information moves from abstract to personal, when it starts to feel like it might actually matter. Lewis leaned over toward me. You think we should tell them about the other part? What other part? The don't answer thing, he said, from the female caller. I hesitated. Tasha cut in before I could respond. No, that doesn't help anybody right now. Lewis nodded, but I could tell he didn't like it. Neither did I, not because it was wrong, it wasn't, but because it felt like we were editing reality into something more manageable. And that always came with a cost. On the radio, Delaney again. Dispatch, we're going to make a perimeter check before we consider entry. Copy, I said and logged it. The administrative caller spoke up suddenly, louder now. They're moving faster. Tasha held up a hand, palm out. Sir, stay with me. What exactly do you mean by faster? There, he exhaled sharply. They're not steady anymore, like someone's pacing, back and forth. And one of them just, hold on, we all listened. Okay, he said, voice dropping. One of them just went out. Out as in, gone, not dimmed, just gone, I typed. One light source extinguished. The room felt tighter again. Smaller. On Channel 2, Ray said, we've got something. My head snapped up even though I was already listening. Go ahead, I said. South side loading dock, he said. Doors ajar, fresh. Fresh how? Glenn asked, leaning in close enough that I could feel the heat off him. Ray's answered like he'd heard the question anyway. No rust on the hinge break. Edges are clean, like it's been forced recently. Copy, I said. Delaney cut in. We're not seeing any vehicles nearby. No obvious signs of habitation at ground level. Tasha murmured, "That doesn't mean anything," but didn't key up. I watched the map, the units inching along the perimeter. My brain kept trying to line things up neatly. Trespassers, 2 or 3 people, flashlights, maybe kids, maybe scrappers, maybe someone hurt, maybe someone else keeping them there. The warning about the west entrance could be as simple as a collapsed floor or a hole in the ground. It could all make sense, but the calls, people don't call 911 to give instructions like that unless something has already gone wrong. Lewis's console chimed again. Another incoming. He didn't even look at the caller ID this time. 911, what's the address of your emergency? His eyes flicked to me almost immediately. He mouthed, same. I felt something drop low in my stomach. Sir, I need you to slow down, Lewis said. Where are you inside the building? Static. Then a voice, breathless, male again, but younger than the first. Second floor, he said. We're trying to get out, but a crash cut him off. Not loud, heavy, like something large tipping over onto concrete. Sir, Lewis said, are you injured? No, the man's voice dipped, muffled, then came back sharper. Listen to me. They sealed the stairwell. And get down that way. Lewis looked at me, eyes wide now. I was already typing. Caller REPORTS stairwell blocked. Multiple persons inside attempting to exit. Who sealed it? Lewis asked. The line hissed. For a second, I thought we'd lost him. Then, quieter, closer, the man said, I don't know. It wasn't like that when we came in. Tasha was on her feet now, headset cord stretched, as she leaned toward Lewis's console. Glenn had moved closer too, one hand braced on the partition. Sir, Lewis said, voice tightening. How many people are with you? 3, the man said. No, 4, one's hurt. What kind of injury? He fell through something. His leg the man stopped, swallowed audibly. It's bad, we need help. My throat went dry. Okay, Lewis said, forcing calm back into his voice. We have officers outside. I need you to tell me exactly where you are so we can direct them in safely. No, the man said immediately. Lewis blinked. No. You can't send them in like that, he said. You don't understand. There's another sound. Not a crash this time. A sharp, metallic bang, like a door slamming hard enough to echo. The man sucked in a breath. Did you hear that? He whispered. Lewis didn't answer that. Sir, stay with me. I need you to. The line cut. Hard disconnect again. Lewis swore under his breath. Glenn was already speaking. We've got people inside. That changes it. Tasha nodded once. Yeah. Channel 2. Delaney came back before we could say anything. Dispatch. We've got fresh footprints on the west side breach. Multiple sets. Looks like recent entry. I felt the words press against my teeth before I spoke them. Units, be advised, I said. We have a caller reporting multiple occupants inside, at least one injured, second floor. Stairwell potentially blocked. A beat. Copy, Delaney said. His voice had changed now. No more hesitation, just decision. We're going to make entry. Glenn cut in, not on the radio, but right behind me. Tell them to wait for fire. They don't have time if someone's bleeding out, I said before I could stop myself. He looked at me, not angry, assessing. That's not your call, he said quietly. He was right. It never stopped feeling like it should be. I keyed up anyway. Units, fire is en route, ETA 3 minutes. Advise you stage until they arrive. Silence. Then raise. If someone's trapped up there, 3 minutes is a long time. Tasha stepped in, her voice smoother than mine. Units, we have conflicting information about entry points and interior hazards. Recommend waiting for additional resources. Another pause, then Delaney again. We're going to check the south dock. Just a look. Glenn exhaled through his nose. Didn't like it. Didn't stop it. Copy, I said, and logged it. The administrative caller spoke up again, almost shouting now. They're at the door. Stay where you are, Tasha said sharply. Do not approach. I'm not approaching. I'm just Jesus. They're opening it. On channel 2, a burst of movement. Footsteps, crunching gravel, the creak of metal. Dispatch, Ray said, breath audible now. We're at the south dock. Door is partially open. Copy, I said. Interior is dark, he went on. No immediate visual on subjects. The admin caller again, voice thinner now. One of the lights is coming down. I typed without looking. Witness reports light descending from 3rd floor. My hands felt too slow, too clumsy. Raise, Delaney said lower now, closer to his mic. Hold up, let's wait. Yeah, Ray said. Yeah, okay. For a second, everything held. Then Lewis's console chimed again. He didn't hesitate this time. 911, what's the address of your emergency? His face went slack. He didn't even need to mouth it. I already knew. He hit speaker. The same airy hiss filled the pod, louder this time, closer. Then a voice, not breathless, not panicked, flat. You shouldn't have told them to wait. Every hair on my arms lifted, not from fear exactly, but from the way the sentence landed, like it belonged to someone who had already decided something and wasn't interested in arguments. Lewis swallowed. Sir, where are you calling from? A small sound came through. A tap, like a finger against plastic. Inside, the voice said. 2nd floor, east side. That didn't match the other caller. Or maybe it did, and I just didn't understand how yet. Are you with the injured party? Lewis asked. No, the voice said. Then who are you with? A pause, then very quietly. They're coming down the stairs now. On channel 2, Ray sucked in a breath. Dispatch, we've got movement inside. Delaney, light source, descending stairwell, south interior. The admin caller, overlapping, almost hysterical now. It's at the door, the voice on Lewis's line said. Don't let them open it. And for the first time that night, I knew, really knew, that whatever we did next wasn't going to be contained to a perimeter. Glenn's hand came down on the partition. We need to decide right now. Send them in. Hold them back. Either way, somebody was going to be alone with whatever was inside that building. And I was the one who had told them to wait. Delaney, hold, I said, before Glenn could stop me. It came out sharper than I intended. Too fast. The kind of tone that makes people listen before they decide whether they agree. Hold position at the door, I added steadier. We have conflicting reports from inside, possible multiple groups. Rays didn't wait. We've got someone at the bottom of the stairs, he said. I can see a light moving. Looks like a shape crossed his beam. Just for a second. I heard it in his voice more than anything else, the way his words hit a small snag. Looks like a person, he finished. Can you make contact? Tasha asked, leaning closer to her mic. Hey, Rays shouted away from the radio. His voice echoed back through his Bodicam mic, hollow and stretched by the dock's metal shell. Police, show me your hands. Nothing. Then the light jerked sideways, sharp, like someone had yanked their wrist. Stop, Rays said. Delaney, don't chase it. Too late. I heard Rays' boots crunch forward over debris, the shift in his breathing. Rays, hold position, I said again, but I could already hear him crossing the threshold. The admin caller gasped in my other ear. Tasha had him on speaker now. He went in. Your guy went in. Stay with me, she said, but her voice had lost that easy calm. Keep your eyes on the building. On channel 2, Rays' mic filled with sound, glass crunching, fabric brushing, the hollow boom of space. The kind of acoustics you only get in big, empty industrial rooms. "Second floor stairwell straight ahead," he said, half to himself. "Doors, yeah, it's jammed. Metal scraped." He grunted. "Dispatch, stairwell doors blocked," he said. "Something S wedged on the other side." My chest tightened. The caller had said that. "Raise, back out," Delaney said. "We'll wait for fire." "No time," Ray said. "I can hear them." A faint noise came through his mic. Not words, just a low, uneven sound. Could have been someone trying to talk through pain. Could have been air moving through broken vents. "Raise," Delaney started. "Hang on," Rays cut him off. "I'm going to try the east stairs." I pulled up the building layout we had on file. It wasn't perfect. Old industrial plans never are, but it gave me enough. 2 main stairwells, west and east. Loading dock on the south. Office spaces clustered on the east side of the first floor. Open manufacturing floor in the center, rising up to the 3rd level with partial catwalks and enclosed mezzanine rooms. "East stairwell should be through the office corridor," I said. "Northeast quadrant." "Copy," Rays said, already moving. Delaney swore quietly. "I'm coming in." "Delaney, wait," Glenn said, finally keying up. "Backup is 30 seconds out." 30 seconds is a long time, Delaney said. Then his mic filled with the same hollow acoustics. He'd gone in. That was the first failure. Not a collapse, not yet. Just a line crossed that we couldn't uncross. 2 officers inside a structure we didn't control, moving toward voices we couldn't verify. I felt it settle in my gut like a weight. Lewis's console chimed again. He flinched this time before answering. 911, what's the address of your emergency?" His eyes flicked up to me, then down again. "Okay," he said slowly. "Tell me where you are." I couldn't hear the caller, but I could read Lewis's face. Confusion first, then a flicker of something sharper. "Sir," he said, "are you on the 2nd floor?" A pause. "Are you near the east stairwell?" Another pause. Lewis frowned. "No, that's not. Hold on." He hit speaker. The voice came through thin and strained. The same man as before the injured group. "We moved," he said. "We couldn't stay there. He's bleeding through the bandage." "Where are you now?" Lewis asked. 3rd floor, the man said. "North side. There's an office up here with a door that still closes." I stared at the map. North side, 3rd floor. That would put them above the main floor, near the old administrative block. Smaller rooms, windows facing the river. "How did you get up there?" I asked, leaning into Lewis's mic without thinking. "Freight stairs," the man said. "On the west side. They weren't blocked. West side." The warning, my mouth went dry. "Sir," Lewis said, "we have officers inside approaching from the south. They're heading toward the east stairwell." "No," the man said immediately. "No, don't send them there." "Why?" A pause, breathing, then quieter. "Because that's where he is." The line crackled. "Who?" Lewis asked. But the call cut. Second failure. We had a new location, a new path, and a new warning, all pointing away from the route our officers had already taken. On Channel 2, Ray's breathing was heavier now. "Dispatch, I'm in the office corridor. Visibility's crap, lots of debris." "Describe," I said. "Papers, broken glass, insulation," he said. "Feels like it's been torn up recently." Delaney came in behind him. "I've got your 6. Watch your footing." A loud crack echoed through their mics. Both of them swore. "Floor's soft," Ray said. "Stay on the beams." I typed it in automatically. "Structural instability, floor compromised." "Rays," I said. "Injured parties are now reporting they've moved to the 3rd floor, north side office." "Copy," he said. "We'll head," a voice cut across his transmission. "Not over the phone. in the room with him. Hey, it said, flat, close. Ray's froze. I could hear it in the sudden stop of his breathing. Police, he said louder. Show yourself. No answer. Then a light flicked across his mic again. He must have turned. I see you, he said. My heart slammed once hard. Rays, do not approach alone, Delaney said. I'm not alone, Rays said, but he didn't sound convinced. A shape moved again. I couldn't see it, but I could hear the way the light shifted, the scrape of a shoe on grit. Sir, Rays said, we need you to come toward us. The shape didn't respond. Instead, it stepped back. Fast. Then ran. Rays cursed and took off after it. Rays, no, Delaney started, but he was already moving too. Their mics filled with the chaos of motion, boots slamming, breath tearing in and out, the hollow echo stretching everything. Stop, Rays shouted. A crash answered him, not a person falling, something else. Metal maybe, a rack or a shelving unit going over, then silence. No, not silence. That airy hiss again. The same one from the calls. Rays, Delaney said, no answer. Rays, respond. Still nothing. My fingers hovered over the keyboard, useless for a second. Rays, this is dispatch, do you copy? Nothing. The admin caller made a choking sound. One of the lights just went out again. Tasha's hand tightened on the receiver. Which one? The one that went in first. My stomach dropped. Delaney, I said, keeping my voice as steady as I could. We've lost contact with your partner. I know, he said, too quickly. His words cut off with a grunt. A sharp one. Then the sound of him hitting something hard. Delaney, I said. He sucked in a breath. I'm good, he said, but it came out strained. Took a step where I shouldn't have. Floor gave a little. Are you injured? Tasha asked. Ankle's not happy, he said, but I can move. Physical toll, real, immediate. Do not pursue further, Glenn said, voice hard now. Hold position and wait for backup. Delaney didn't answer right away. I can't see him, he said finally. I can't see Rays. Misdirection hit then. For a second, a long, stretched second, I thought about everything we'd heard. The warnings, the voices, the blocked stairwell, the way the lights moved. It felt like something was hurting them. Then the admin caller said, wait. Tasha snapped. What? The light, it's back, he said. The one that went out, it's back on. Where? Same place, near the door. It's just standing there. I closed my eyes for half a second and forced my brain to line things up again. Not hurting. Not something unseen. People. People with lights, moving, doubling back, disappearing behind walls and reappearing at different angles. The factory was a maze. Broken partitions, catwalks, blind corners. It only felt impossible because we couldn't see the full picture. Delaney, I said, the light source may have looped back. You're dealing with multiple individuals moving independently. Do not assume a single subject. He exhaled. Copy. Lewis leaned toward me. So it's just people. Just people, I said. It didn't make me feel better. Because people could plan. People could set traps. On Channel 2, new voices came in, backup units arriving. Dispatch, Unit 314 on scene. 314, hold perimeter, Glenn said. Do not enter. Fire checked in right after. Engine 6, staging. For a second, it looked like we might stabilize. More bodies, more control. Pull Delaney back, regroup. Send a coordinated entry with fire and additional officers. Then Lewis's console chimed again. He hesitated this time, just a fraction of a second. Then he answered. 911, what's the address? The voice that came through wasn't strained, wasn't panicked. It was calm. Tell them to stop moving, it said. Lewis froze. Who is this? He asked. They're breaking the floor, the voice said. Too much weight, too fast. My eyes snapped to the map. Delaney, injured ankle, moving through compromised flooring. Backup units stacking at the entrance. Which floor? I asked, leaning in again. Second, the voice said, East Corridor. That was exactly where Delaney was. Delaney, I said immediately, reduce movement. Floor integrity compromised. Step carefully, stay on structural beams. A beat. Then Delaney, copy, I'm a crack, cut him off. Louder than before. Wood or composite giving way under weight. Then a shout. Then the sickening, hollow thud of a body dropping through space. Delaney, I shouted, silence. Not static, not hiss, just nothing. The admin caller screamed. The lights, both of them, just went out. On channel 2, chaos. 314, we heard a collapse. Engine 6 were moving in. Glenn was already shouting, all units hold, confirm before entry, but it was too late. Fire was moving. Backup officers were moving. The perimeter was gone. And inside that building, somewhere between the second and third floors, we had at least 3 civilians, 1 injured, 1 officer down, another missing, and a structure that was actively giving way under their feet. There was no more waiting, no more holding. Whatever was going to happen next, it was going to happen inside. Delaney came back first, not on the radio, on a phone line. Lewis's console lit up so fast after the collapse, it almost looked like part of the same event, just another symptom of it. He hit answer, and the whole pod leaned toward him without meaning to. 911, what's the address of your emergency? A ragged inhale. Then Delaney, voice scraped thin. Lower level, he said. I'm in the lower level. I was already moving my chair toward Lewis's station. Officer Delaney, this is dispatch. Are you trapped? Yeah, he said. He coughed, a wet, ugly sound that made Tasha's head snap up. Floor gave, dropped maybe 10 feet. My leg S, he stopped to breathe. Think it's broke. Behind him, I could hear dripping water and the slow tick of cooling metal, not machinery running, just an old building shifting under new damage. Are you alone? I asked. A pause, too long. No, he said finally. Every muscle in my back tightened. Is it Officer Ray's? No, Delaney swallowed. Civilian male. Mid-20s maybe. Says there are 2 more upstairs and one's bleeding bad. That checked with the earlier caller. Good. Good in the narrowest, ugliest sense. Can Ray's hear you? Glenn asked. Leaning in hard enough, his knuckles went white on the partition. I don't know where Ray's is. Delaney's breathing shuddered once. He was trying to keep control of it, and mostly failing. Listen, there's a basement corridor under the east offices. I fell through into some old service level. Concrete walls. Pipe chases. I can see daylight through grates on the south side. I pulled the old building plan back up, zoomed until the lines blurred. The original blueprints showed a maintenance sublevel under the office wing, and part of the machine floor, boiler access, electrical conduit trenches, storage for solvents before the plant shut down. Half of it had been red-tagged years ago after flood seepage from the river. South side lower service corridor, I said, more to myself than anybody. Under the east offices, Tasha was already dispatching Engine 6's lieutenant directly on tack. Glenn was rerouting the backup units. Procedure took over again for about 10 blessed seconds, and in those seconds, the panic thinned into tasks. Then Delaney said, He's here. Who? I asked. The line crackled, a small scrape, like Delaney trying to move and immediately regretting it. The guy, he said lower now. The one who kept moving the light. Nobody in the pod spoke. "What's he doing?" Tasha asked. Delaney let out one short breath through his teeth. "Just standing at the end of the corridor." I heard it then, very faint. Shoes on damp concrete, not coming closer, not leaving either. "Officer Delaney," I said, "can you see if he's armed?" No light on him now. Another cough. Flashlights busted. The civilian male in the background spoke up then, close to Delaney's phone, but not into it. Young voice, shaking. "That's him. That's the guard." That landed strangely, because for a second it sounded almost normal. A guard, a human role, not whatever shape our fear had built around the moving lights. "What guard?" Glenn barked. Delaney relayed it. "Civilian says it's a security guard." The young man, louder now, either because he was panicking or because pain was making him mean. "Not real security. He's crazy. He locked us in." And there it was, the thing under everything. Not a ghost story, not a puzzle box, a man. A building big enough to turn one violent, organized person into 100 wrong guesses. Lewis got a fresh event open on the side and started pulling property notes again. Tasha got there first. "Private security contract," she said, reading fast. "Owner LLC hired intermittent site watch after metal theft last year. Name on the file is Walter Creel." "Age?" Glenn asked. 56. I thought of the first call, the rough voice. "Don't send anybody in alone." My stomach turned. "He was the first caller," I said. Nobody contradicted me. On Delaney's line, the shoes scraped again. Then a man's voice floated down the corridor, not shouting, not hiding. The same roughness, the same worn-out tone as before. "I told you not to come in alone." Delaney's breath hitched. "Sir, don't move, police." The voice ignored that. "You made it worse." I keyed my headset closer to my mouth, even though he wasn't on radio. "Walter, this is 911. We need you to step back and tell us how many people are in the building." He laughed once. Not a crazy cackle, just a bitter, dry sound. "You still answering?" That was what the young woman had meant. You need to stop answering. Not because the calls were cursed or contaminated, because every time we answered, we treated the calls as isolated emergencies instead of what they were. One man controlling the board, moving people around, shaping the response. "Walter," I said, forcing my voice level, "we have fire and police on scene. This ends safer if you help us now." "No safer left," he said. His steps moved closer, slow, careful. I could map him by sound, concrete corridor, standing water in shallow patches. Maybe 15 feet from Delaney, maybe less. "Stay where you are," Delaney snapped. Then a second voice came crashing onto channel 2 from inside the building, breathless and distorted. "Dispatch, this is Ray's." Everybody moved at once. "Ray's, go ahead," Tasha and I said together. His mic was a mess of static and movement. He was running or stumbling, maybe both. "Third floor north offices. Found the civilians. Female's got a laceration to the arm. Male with the leg injuries not mobile. They say the guard wired one of the doors shut and dumped shelving into the east stairwell. That paid off the blocked stairwell. Not collapse, not chance, deliberate obstruction." "Can you get them to the west freight stairs?" Glenn asked. "Trying," Ray said. He sucked air hard enough it whistled. "Problem is he cut the chain on the 3rd floor west fire door and wrapped it back through the handles. We can't open it from this side." I closed my eyes for half a second and saw the building stacked like a cross-section. South, loading dock on the 1st floor. East offices, where Delaney had fallen into the lower level. North third floor offices by the river windows, where Ray's and the civilians were pinned. West freight stairs, maybe their only viable path, now chained shut on the far side. Walter had prepared the building. Not brilliantly, not like a movie mastermind. In the ugly, practical way of somebody who knew every hinge, every blind corner, every place rot could do some work for him. On Delaney's phone line, Walter said, almost conversationally, "They shouldn't have gone up there." The young civilian near Delaney burst out, "You chased us." A sharp sound. Scuffle. Delaney grunted. "What happened?" I said. Civilian tried to move. Delaney sounded close to vomiting from pain. "I can't cover both directions." Tasha got Engine 6's lieutenant on tack and started feeding him the sublevel location. Approach from south exterior grates if accessible. Officer down, possible suspect in lower corridor. I stayed with Delaney and Ray's because that was the split now. Underground and above ground. Walter in one place, his traps in another. "Ray's," I said, "describe your exact location." "North office suite," he said, "third floor, windows facing river. One hall back to the catwalk overlooking the machine floor. East stairwell blocked behind us." I put a finger on the map. There should be an interior records room on the west side of that office suite. Small room, no windows, adjacent to freight corridor. Papers rustled on his end. Yeah, doors off the hinges. Anything metal in there. Shelving, rails, pipe, tools, a beat. Cabinet carcass. Broken desk frames. Take one and use it as a lever on the chained west fire door. Glenn glanced at me. It was a good idea, but every good idea in a structure like that cost time and strength the people inside barely had. "Copy," Ray said. "We're moving." A woman cried out behind him. Not a scream, just a small involuntary sound from someone whose arm had been wrapped too tight or bumped too hard. "Listen to me," Ray's told them, voice changing the way good cops' voices do when other people need it more than they do. "Stay close. Do not step where I step unless I tell you. Watch the wall side. Lower level, Walter again." "You know what they are?" he asked Delaney. Delaney didn't answer. "Kids," Walter said. "Scrappers, thieves, junkies, explorers. They come in, they strip wire, they post videos, they fall through things. Then everybody acts surprised. There was the motive, or part of it, twisted into righteousness. Maybe some of it even true. That doesn't give you the right to trap them," I said. "It keeps them out." "No," I said. "It kept them in." He went quiet after that, and the silence around his breathing was worse than if he'd shouted. Engine 6's lieutenant checked in. They'd found the south side maintenance grate, partly rusted through. Bolt cutters working. 2 firefighters making entry with a backboard and trauma kit. Backup officer with them. A moment of relief. Tiny. Precious. Then Ray's hit us with the first partial success. "Dispatch," he said, breathing hard, metal shrieking in the background. We got the west door open about 6 inches. Chain's still on, but it's giving. Good, not enough. "Can your injured male fit through?" I asked. "No, not with the leg." The man with the leg must have heard, because he started cursing in raw animal bursts. Pain and fear, and the understanding of exactly what being left behind might mean. "Okay," I said quickly. "Then we need a hall route. Is the freight stairwell itself passable?" Ray's moved, checked. Stairs look solid enough, rusted rail, debris on the landings, but passable. The girl with the arm laceration said something too soft to catch. "What?" Ray's asked, then clearer. "There's a cart, down the hall, metal one." We brought him in on it. A cart. Not a miracle, better. A stupid, ugly, industrial solution. Get the cart, I said. Reyes didn't waste time praising the idea. He just moved. Below, Walter finally came closer. Delaney's phone picked up the soft squeal of one of his shoes on wet concrete. Then another. Stop right there, Delaney said. His voice shook once and then flattened out. Get on the ground, Walter said. You can't shoot from there. That was the kind of line that tells you too much. He knew Delaney was hurt. New angle, distance, line of sight. He'd been studying them all night. Maybe not, Delaney said. Try me. The young civilian near him was crying now, not loud, just leaking it between breaths. Somewhere in the background, water dripped steadily, counting down nothing good. Then the lower level line filled with another sound, a clanging rhythm, not footsteps, metal on metal, regular and echoing through the corridor. I thought, absurdly and instantly, of all those calls, all those metallic knocks in the background. What is that? Lewis asked. Delaney understood first. He's hitting the steam pipes. Walter was moving through the service level, striking exposed pipe with something metal. The sound rolled through the basement and up the walls, huge and locationless. A misdirection, but weaponized. In that maze, it would make him seem everywhere at once. Raise, I said immediately. If you hear banging, it's pipes strike from the lower level. Do not use sound for location. Copy, he said, then coughed from exertion. The cart scrape came through over his mic now. They were dragging something heavy over concrete and old tile. One injured man, one wounded woman, one exhausted officer, one missing easy way out. Human math. Engine 6 reached Delaney. The lieutenant's voice came sharp and professional over tack. We have one officer, conscious, probable closed fracture left tib fib, possible rib injury. One male civilian ambulatory, high agitation. Suspect visual at end corridor, a thud. Then shouting. Hands, hands. Everything broke at once. Walter had rushed them. Not supernatural speed. Desperate man speed. Fast enough when everyone was cramped in a wet concrete tunnel. Over the tack channel, I heard bodies collide. A firefighter grunt. Delaney yell something I couldn't make out. Then the flat smack of somebody hitting the wall. Suspect resisting, the lieutenant barked. Good, I thought wildly. Good, because resisting meant located, physical, graspable. Then another voice, backup officer, breathless. Watch the hook. That word snapped the image together too late. Not a gun, not a knife. Some metal maintenance hook, maybe for pulling cable or grabbing grates. Simple, brutal. A firefighter cried out, short and clipped. Who's hit? Tasha asked. Marsh, the lieutenant said. Forearm puncture, not arterial. Stay on it, the rest dissolved into effort sounds. Shoes slipping, men straining, Walter cursing in a voice that no longer sounded tired at all. Upstairs, Reyes cut in over them. We're moving. Stairs, carts loaded. Status of your civilians, Glenn asked. Males fading, females upright but weak. Third civilian with me, minor injuries. Move, Glenn said, not harsh, just truth. I could hear the cart banging each step as they started down the freight stairs. Slow, awkward, dangerous. The kind of thing that only works because everyone involved is too committed to stop. Below, the lieutenant got control back first. Suspect down, repeat, suspect in custody. Nobody in the room cheered. There wasn't time, and there wasn't enough left whole to deserve it. Condition, Glenn asked. Breathing, head strike on concrete during takedown, wrists secured. So Walter was alive. Good, maybe. Good for questions. bad for everything inside the people he'd already touched. "Can Delaney be moved?" Tasha asked. "Not until we splint." "Do it." I stayed on Ray's. His breaths were turning ragged now, each one a little frayed at the edges. He was running on whatever comes after adrenaline, the place where your body begins sending invoices. "Ray's, talk to me." "Second landing," he said, cart slipping. "Set it down," I said. "Reset your grip. We don't have time." "You lose him on the stairs and you really won't." A beat, then copy, small lull, breath. Metal cart wheels clicking against ribbed steel nosing. Someone sobbing once and swallowing it. Then movement again. "First floor," Ray said at last. I could hear the huge open machine floor now in the acoustics around him. Larger, emptier, heading south toward dock. That should have been the end of it. The clean line out. South across the machine floor, past the gutted press bays, through the loading dock where they first entered. It almost was. Then a new voice cut across the building mic feed from one of the backup officers outside. "Flames." Every head in dispatch came up. "Where?" Glenn demanded. "West side second floor window." Small flame, maybe paper or trash. Not Walter. Not sabotage mid-fight. Just consequence. Somewhere in the struggle upstairs or below, something knocked over an old camp stove, a candle, a burn barrel, maybe one of the improvised lights these idiots had been using. In a dead factory full of paper, insulation, old oil residue, small was a temporary adjective. Ray's heard it too. "You've got to be kidding me." No one answered, because nobody was. "Ray's," I said, every word precise now. "Continue to South Dock. Do not divert. Fire suppression will handle the west side." He didn't argue. What followed took maybe 90 seconds. It felt like an hour. Cart rolling. Civilians stumbling. Ray's cursing under his breath when a wheel caught. Fire crews shouting at each other from two directions now, one team extracting Delaney from below, another masking up for possible extension on the second floor. Backup officers clearing the dock approach. And finally, "We're out," Ray said. The relief that hit me wasn't clean. It was too mixed up with everything else. Pain, unfinished business, the image of Walter at the end of that corridor, the knowledge that we had all answered and answered and answered until the building filled with bodies. "Copy," I said. My voice sounded normal. "I don't know how. You're out." A long exhale came over his mic. Not theatrical, just human. Then he added, quieter, the mail on the carts crashing. Of course he was. EMS was already moving. They took over that part in a flood of protocols and equipment and trained hands. Tourniquets checked. Airway. Rapid transport. Delaney packaged from the sublevel with a splinted leg and an oxygen mask. Fire knocked down the small second floor fire before it ran the wall voids. Walter Creel went out in cuffs and a cervical collar, bleeding from the scalp, conscious enough to curse everyone individually. Resolved, one way or another. That's what a climax sounds like in real life. Not a final note, but a dozen emergencies, deciding which ones still get to continue. I stayed at my console through all of it. Logged times, routed channels, repeated names. My shoulders ached from being locked too high for too long. At some point, I realized I'd bitten the inside of my cheek open and could taste blood mixed with old coffee. When the last transported unit marked en route to St. Anne's, and the fire captain declared the interior temporarily stabilized for investigators, the room finally breathed. Nobody looked triumphant. Lewis took off his headset and just held it in both hands. Tasha sat down hard and rubbed under one eye, with the heel of her palm smearing mascara she'd pretended not to wear. Glenn stood with his hands on his hips, staring at nothing. All of his certainty burned down to procedure and aftermath reports. I looked at the dead address, still sitting in the event history. 4817 Lanson Street, Riverton Tool and Stamping Plant. The calls had stopped. That should have felt like victory. Instead, it felt like standing in a room after a fight, listening to the pipes settle. By 5:11 a.m., the sky over Riverton had gone from black to that weak industrial gray that makes everything look temporary. The factory was still there across the incident photos and drone maps and responder chatter. But once daylight got on it, the place lost some of its power. Not all of it, just enough to remind you that terror and ugliness can share an address. Riverton Tool and Stamping looked exactly like what it was. A dead plant beside the river with 3 broken window bands, a collapsed section of fencing on the west side, soot licking out from one second-floor opening where the fire crew had stopped the spread before it got into the wall cavities. The sign out front still hung crooked. The loading dock doors still looked like old teeth, and there were suddenly too many people around it. State police investigator, fire marshal, city building inspector, crime scene techs in Tyvek, a tow truck for one of the cruisers, EMS supervisors standing around their rigs with clipboards and paper cups. The gas station across the street had opened at 4, and now there were 2 men in work boots pretending not to stare while buying scratch-offs and coffee under the fluorescent hum. Inside dispatch, the room had that after-disaster slackness to it. The adrenaline was gone, but nothing had settled yet. Headsets lay crooked on consoles. Somebody had dropped a stack of protocol cards near the printer and never picked them up. The old coffee smell had turned sour. My name is Mara Donnelly. I'm 34, and by then I had been awake for almost 22 hours. That wasn't unusual. The feeling in my body was everything hurt in thin, unimportant ways. My eyes, my jaw, the back of my neck, the tendon at the base of my right thumb from logging and re-logging, and white knuckling the edge of the desk. While people disappeared into a building, I could only see in cross sections and guesses. I went to the bathroom at 5:20, turned on the harsh mirror light, and found a half-moon bite mark on the inside of my cheek where I'd been clamping down without realizing it. My mascara had settled into one dark bruise under each eye. I rinsed my mouth, spit pink, and stood there longer than I needed to, listening to the vent buzz. When I came back out, Tasha had 2 vending machine coffees on my console. "Don't thank me," she said. "It tastes like melted drywall." I sat down anyway. "You're a giver." She gave me a look that landed somewhere between affection and exhaustion. "How's your stomach?" "Bad." "Good. Means you're still calibrated." Across the pod, Lewis was on with internal affairs for a recorded preliminary. Not because he'd done anything wrong. Just because any time an officer got hurt bad enough for surgery, and another one went missing even briefly in a structure search, everybody's timelines became evidence. His face had gone waxy with fatigue. He kept pressing one thumb into the edge of the desk like he was checking whether it was solid. Glenn was in his office with the shift commander and 2 people from admin, door half closed, speaking in that tight, low register men use when they're angry at circumstances and don't want it mistaken for fear. Every so often I caught fragments. Entry decision, multiple calls from same origin, document exactly when none of it was a surprise. In our world, blood always generated paperwork. The first clear outcome came from the hospital. Tasha took that one because she had the cleaner voice for bad updates. She listened, nodded once, then covered the mouthpiece and said, "Delaney S. in surgery. Tib-fib fracture, 2 cracked ribs, punctured lung but controlled." I let out a breath I hadn't noticed I was holding. "And Ray's?" I asked. "Concussion. Sprained shoulder. Kept refusing transport until they made him sit down and nearly passed out in triage." That sounded like Ray's. Good enough for now. "And the civilians?" Her face changed before she answered. "The girl with the arm's okay. 17 stitches and probably a tetanus shot she'll lie about getting later. Second male's mostly bumps and smoke inhalation." She paused. "The one with the crushed leg lost it below the knee." Nobody said anything for a second, not because amputation was unimaginable. It was. We all knew what rotten floors and delayed rescues and industrial edges could do. It was the age of him, probably, or maybe just the stupid ordinariness of it. 3 kids break into an abandoned factory. One leaves without part of himself. "Did he make it?" I asked. "Yeah," she said. "For now." For now is the most honest phrase in emergency work. It covers almost everything worth saying, and none of the things people want said. About 20 minutes later, the Detective Bureau sent up a plainclothes lieutenant to start collecting our statements. He was named Aaron Pike, 49, white, with a receding hairline and a tie he'd loosened without fully admitting it. He introduced himself like somebody aware we'd already met his worst coworkers. "We're doing first pass only," he said. "Sequence, key transmissions, anything you notice that won't be obvious from recordings." That last part was always the trap, not malicious, just dangerous. Because what you noticed and what you could prove were cousins, not siblings. He started with me anyway. We used one of the little conference rooms off admin, the one with the dry erase calendar nobody erased all the way. Pike set a recorder on the table and asked me to walk him through the night from the first call. So I did. Dead address, rough male voice, the warning not to send anyone in alone, the younger woman saying we needed to stop answering, the witness across from the gas station, the 3rd floor lights, the decision to tell Delaney and Ray's about the west entrance warning, the later calls, the blocked stairwell, Walter's pipe strikes in the service corridor, the way everything we heard made sense only after it had already hurt someone. Pike took notes in block capitals. Every now and then he'd stop me and ask for a timestamp. At one point he said, "When did you first believe the caller might be the site guard himself?" "Not early enough," I said. He looked up. "I didn't ask what you regret," he said. "No," I said. "I know." That sat there a second. The vent clicked overhead. He softened his tone a little. "We found a cot, food wrappers, propane canisters, and a battery pack in a former records room on the 3rd floor west side. Looks like Creel had been staying there off and on. Probably not authorized. Probably," Pike made a face. "Property owner says they hired him to monitor the site intermittently. He seems to have interpreted that in a broader, more territorial way." Territorial. Neat word for it. Cleaner than predatory. Cleaner than bored, angry man with access to a dangerous building, and enough private logic to call trapping people inside protection. Any priors? I asked. Nothing that predicts this cleanly, he said. Trespassing complaints. Menacing, years back. Couple disorderlies. We'll know more once we dig. He clicked his pen. Creel claims he called you to warn responders away from unsafe routes and to get medical help for the injured parties. That's not untrue, I said. No, Pike said. That's why this will be messy. After I gave my statement, I went back to the floor and found Lewis finally off his call. He looked like he'd been wrung out and hung somewhere damp. You eat? I asked. He held up half a granola bar like evidence in a corruption trial. Good enough, I said. He laughed once, then rubbed both hands down his face. I keep thinking about the one where he said, "You shouldn't have told them to wait." Yeah, he was right. I looked at him. About timing, maybe. About anything that matters, no. Lewis stared at his dead monitor for a second. I chased every one of those calls in my head like they were different people in different emergencies. I kept trying to sort them by voice, like if I got the pattern right fast enough, somebody wouldn't fall through the floor. There it was, my flaw reflected back at me in a younger face. Pattern as salvation, pattern as trap. We're trained to separate, I said. Caller, location, threat, units. We make boxes because boxes save time. And sometimes somebody ugly figures out how to stand between the boxes. He nodded, eyes still on the monitor. That doesn't make me feel better. It's not supposed to. Around 7, Glenn emerged from his office looking older than he had at midnight. His shirt was wrinkled at the waist, and one side of his collar had folded under. He walked the floor once, slow, like he was checking for structural damage in people. Mandatory debrief at 9 for anybody tied to the event, he said. Go home after if you're relieved. Do not drive if you're shaky. And don't let me catch any of you telling yourselves this was normal. That last part was about as close to kindness as Glenn got in public. He stopped at my console. You did fine. I almost laughed. Fine. Delaney with a rod going into his leg. One kid minus a foot and part of his future. Firefighter Marsh with puncture stitches and a workers' comp file that would drag for months. Walter Creel in custody with a scalp laceration and a legal argument already germinating somewhere in his ruined little kingdom of justifications. But I knew what Glenn meant. Not morally fine, operationally fine. I hadn't frozen. I hadn't buried bad information because it sounded weird. I hadn't let weirdness become the whole story either. I told them to wait, I said. Yes. If I hadn't, he cut me off. If you hadn't, Delaney might have hit the East Corridor 10 seconds earlier and gone through faster. Or Reyes might have gone in alone even farther. Or the civilians might have tried the blocked stairwell again. We do not worship alternate timelines in this room, Mara. He said it flatly, not gently, because gentle would have sounded false coming from him. Then he added, put it in the report. Don't build a religion out of it. After shift relief came in, they all walked quieter than usual. Everyone had already heard some version of the night by text chain and rumor, but rumor looks embarrassed when it meets the real room. A day shift dispatcher I barely knew touched my shoulder on her way past and didn't say anything. That was better than saying something. The debrief at 9 was exactly as grim and functional as it needed to be. CISM counselor, shift commander, water bottles nobody wanted. We walked through physical reactions to acute stress. Shaking, nausea, exhaustion, anger, delayed crying. No crying, intrusive replay. Tasha spoke once, briefly, about audio memory. and how the mind can turn certain sounds into doorways you don't notice until you're already standing in one. Lewis asked whether hearing the line ring later in the week might set people off. The counselor said yes, in a tone that suggested she appreciated somebody asking a practical question instead of pretending resilience was an on-off switch. I didn't say much. I've never been good at speaking while my feelings are still warm. They come out either too neat or too raw. When it ended, the sun was fully up, bright enough to make the parking lot look insultingly normal. I should have gone straight home. Instead, I sat in my car for 15 minutes with the engine off, forehead against the steering wheel, listening to the tick of cooling metal and the far-off moan of traffic on Jefferson. My apartment was 12 minutes away. My body understood that. The rest of me didn't want closed rooms yet, so I drove the long way, not past the factory exactly, near it, close enough to see the river road, the hulking roofline through a line of warehouses and storage yards, the knot of official vehicles still swarming the block. Police tape fluttered in the morning breeze with that cheap plastic sound that always reminds me of grocery bags caught in trees. I stopped at the gas station across from Lanson, the one the witness had called from, and went inside for water I didn't need. The clerk was a thin guy in his 20s with a neck tattoo and the baffled, overbright expression of someone who'd sold coffee all night while the city briefly tore open outside his windows. "That your scene?" he asked, nodding toward the road. I hesitated, then said, "Sort of." He rang up the water. "Crazy old dude, huh? You know him?" He shrugged. "Not know. Seen him. Comes in sometimes. Smokes. Black coffee. Talks like he owns half the block." When was the last time? The clerk thought about it. Yesterday morning, maybe. Bought duct tape and zip ties too. That sent a cold line through me that wasn't fear anymore exactly. Just confirmation. Planning. Mundane, purchasable planning under fluorescent lights, 20 feet from a rack of gummy worms. "Did he say anything?" I asked. The clerk squinted. "Something about kids breaking in again. Said people don't listen till they get taught." I thanked him, took the water, and left. That should have been the last piece, I guess. Duct tape, zip ties, petty supplies from a convenience store. Evil reduced to a receipt and a sentence. But the human brain doesn't settle because the outline gets clearer. Sometimes it gets worse. Sometimes the ordinary details are what stay. At home, I took my shoes off in the hallway and found factory grit on my socks, even though I had never stepped inside the building. Concrete dust must have come in on my pant cuffs from the lot, or the station floor from somebody else's boots. I stared at the gray smears for a second longer than made sense. My apartment was small and overwarm and smelled faintly like lemon cleaner from the downstairs neighbor's weekly attack on the shared stairwell. Usually, I liked that smell. That morning, it felt fake. I showered too hot, then stood under the spray until the water cooled and the room filled with pipe noise. I flinched at that. Actually flinched. Not because I thought anything was wrong, just because metal sounds had acquired new associations overnight. I slept in fragments. An hour, awake, 40 minutes, awake. At 2:06 that afternoon, my phone buzzed with a text from Tasha. "Delaney out of surgery. Stable. Ray's has a sling and an attitude. Kid with amp still in ICU, but hanging on." Then, after a minute, "You should eat something with actual vitamins." I sent back a thumbs up, and did not eat anything with actual vitamins. By evening, the local news had the story flattened into something the public could hold. Vacant factory rescue leaves officer injured, security guard arrested. They used helicopter footage from above the river, and a yearbook photo of one of the civilians pulled from social media. A former city councilman went on camera to talk about blight and absentee ownership. Another man blamed urban explorers, like the term itself had pried the doors open. Nobody on TV had the audio. Nobody got to hear how thin the line sounded when someone was calling from a place they should not have been able to call from. 2 days later, Walter Creel was arraigned from a hospital bed because he'd concussed himself badly enough during the takedown to earn a neck brace and a dramatic posture he probably enjoyed. Charges stacked up in ugly practical nouns: unlawful imprisonment, aggravated assault, assault on a public safety officer, reckless endangerment, arson-related counts pending final fire report, and whatever else the prosecutor could make stick once statements and forensics settled into usable shape. He pled not guilty in a voice I heard only because somebody in admin replayed the hearing clip on a phone during break. Same roughness, same drag in the vowels, less power. Laney started rehab. Reyes came back to the center 10 days later to drop off paperwork and collect the thermos he'd left in his locker. He moved carefully, like his ribs or shoulder still had opinions. Lewis stood up when he saw him, almost too fast, and Reyes said, "Relax, I'm not dead," then apologized immediately because that was exactly the wrong joke for the room. We all laughed anyway, thin and tired, because sometimes bad jokes are just proof you made it back into human company. The civilian with the amputated leg survived. His name was Nolan Pierce, 19, male. The girl with the arm laceration was Emily Sutter, 20, female. The third was Mason Varga, 18, male. Their names came out in the papers after the parents started speaking to reporters through clenched dignity. They had gone into the factory to film. Not for scrap, not drugs, not some criminal enterprise elaborate enough to justify what Walter had told himself. Just the usual stupid mix of boredom, bravado, and the internet. The kind of youth mistake that should end in embarrassment, trespass citations, maybe a twisted ankle, not a permanent subtraction. I worked my next shift 3 nights later. That mattered. In our line of work, showing up again is its own kind of statement, and never as noble as people imagine. Mostly it's rent and routine, and the knowledge that staying home too long lets the walls teach you weird lessons. The room looked the same. Same dim panels, same printer chatter, same stale carpet smell under fresh coffee. Somebody had replaced the foam on my headset. Tasha had moved her peppermint bowl 2 inches to the left without explanation. Lewis was quieter but steadier. Glenn had a new rule taped to the supervisor station about verifying legacy utility data on long vacant structures. Cracks showing beneath the surface. That's what ordinary looks like after something like that. Not dramatic, just altered at the seams. At 1:48 a.m., I took a call about a drunk man asleep in a laundromat vestibule. At 2:03, a rollover on I-94. At 2:11, a woman whose husband had locked himself in the garage with the car running. Life continuing in its rude, indiscriminate way. At 2:13 exactly, the empty line on my console flashed once. Just once. No ring fully sounded. No call dropped into queue. The light blinked, went dark, and the system showed nothing new. No UNI, no address, no event stub, probably a software hiccup. We'd been getting intermittent ghost flashes on console B since the last update. I knew that. I know that now, writing this. Even so, my hands stopped over the keyboard. Tasha noticed. What? I looked at the dead console light, then at the room around me. Lewis typing. Glenn reading a memo with his reading glasses low on his nose. The HVAC breathing. The printer starting up somewhere behind me. Nothing, I said. And for the rest of the shift, every time the pipes in the ceiling clicked as the heat cycled on, I listened a second longer than I used to. And that's the end of today's chilling tale. If you enjoyed this story and want more nights full of suspense, don't forget to hit that like button, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and turn on the bell so you never miss a scare. I've got plenty more stories waiting for you, so stick around and check out the other videos on the channel. Thanks for watching, and until next time, stay safe and don't look behind you. Hey everyone, this is Mia Horror Stories, and the title of today's horror story is I Bought a Second-Hand Baby Monitor, and it's picking up a voice from the attic. For your comfort, the screen will stay black throughout the video, so you can relax without strain and just focus on the story. Make sure you stick around until the end. Sometimes the last few moments are the ones that stay with you the longest. The first time the voice came through, I was standing in the nursery with a clean diaper hanging half folded from one hand, and the baby monitor turned up too loud on the dresser. There was the usual wash of static, then a soft click, like someone touching a microphone. After that, a man said, very close and very calm, "She's awake now." I froze with the diaper open in both hands and listened to my daughter breathing in her crib. Her name was Nora, and she was 6 months old then, in that stage where sleep still arrived in pieces, and nothing in the house stayed where I left it for long. I'm Emily Carter, 32, and at that point, I had been living in a narrow, drafty row house in South Philadelphia for just under 3 months with my husband and our daughter. I was on unpaid leave from the dental office where I worked front desk, which meant I spent too much time inside and too much time noticing every sound an old house makes when you haven't learned it yet. Pipes ticking, floorboards settling, the little tap of branches against the rear window on windy nights. I told people I liked the house because it had character, which is what you say when your mortgage is frightening and the stairs complain under your weight. Nora stirred, made a wet little sigh, and turned her face toward the slats. Her room smelled like baby shampoo, warm dust from the radiator, and the faint sour edge of formula that never really leaves the fabric rocker, no matter how often you wash the cover. Outside, a bus hissed to the curb on Reed Street. Somebody down the block was arguing in the usual way, half words, a slammed car door, then quiet. The monitor crackled again. I reached over and turned the volume down. My husband called from the kitchen. "You want tea, or are you pretending coffee at 7 p.m. is still a normal decision?" I didn't answer right away. I was still looking at Nora, still hearing it. Then, because there are 100 sensible explanations for a strange sound before you get to the one your body wants to panic over, I picked up the parent unit and checked the brand label. It was one I didn't recognize. Cheap white plastic, yellowed at the edges, bought that morning from a church thrift store 2 neighborhoods over, because our old video monitor had finally died after 2 nights of flickering like it was underwater. The cashier had tested the power cable and said, "Works fine, honey." And for $15, that had been enough for me. "Tea," I called back finally. Luke Carter, 34, came into the doorway wiping his hands on a dish towel. He worked in facilities maintenance for the university hospital and still had the tired, chemical-clean smell of his shift on him. Cold air, metal, that lemon disinfectant that always clung to his jackets. He was tall in a way that made the row house seem built for somebody else. He glanced from me to the monitor in my hand, and then to Nora. "What?" "Nothing," I said, too quickly. He noticed. He always noticed first and asked questions later, which was one of the things I loved about him, and one of the things that sometimes made me feel transparent. That didn't sound like nothing. "I think this thing picked up someone else's signal." I held up the monitor. "Or, I don't know, crossed frequency with something." He leaned his shoulder against the doorframe. "Baby monitors still do that. I guess cheap haunted thrift store ones do." He smiled. "You say haunted, but the house takes that personally." The joke landed lightly, but not enough to shake off the itch that had started at the base of my neck. I didn't tell him exactly what the voice had said. Not then. It embarrassed me to repeat it out loud, because repeating it would make it specific, and specific things are harder to wave away. Instead, I set the clean diaper on the changing table, lifted Nora from the crib, and tucked her warm little body against my chest. She made a fussy sound, then settled, fist trapped between us. Luke stepped closer and kissed the top of her head. "Hi, Bean." He looked at me over her hair. "You okay?" "Yeah," I lied. And then, because I hated how quickly motherhood had taught me to lie in tiny protective ways, I added, "I'm just tired." That part was true. Tired in the physical sense, yes, but also in the more private way I didn't admit to anyone, including Luke. Since bringing Nora home, I had developed the habit of checking things twice. Sometimes 3 times. The front lock before bed, the stove knobs after tea, the crib sheet pulled tight enough, the room not too warm, the monitor plugged in. At 2 in the morning, I would sometimes sit up convinced I had fallen asleep while holding her, only to find my arms empty and aching, and Nora safe in her crib down the hall. People called it new mom anxiety with a gentle, forgiving voice, but what it felt like from the inside was shame. Like some essential confidence had leaked out of me and not come back. Luke knew pieces of that, not all of it. He went back to the kitchen for the tea. I changed Nora and brought her downstairs, monitor in hand, irrationally unwilling to leave it alone in the nursery. The first floor of the house was one long tunnel of evening shadow. Living room, dining room, galley kitchen. Each space divided more by old trim and habit than by actual walls. The windows sweated in cold weather. The floor tilted slightly toward the back, just enough that if you put a marble down near the radiator, it would find its own path toward the sink. Dinner plates were stacked beside the stove. Luke had made pasta with jarred sauce and too much garlic, which I loved. The kitchen light buzzed softly. Nora sat in her bouncer on the table while I drank tea one-handed and watched the monitor like it might do something if I looked away. It didn't. For almost 20 minutes, it gave us only the thin hush of open air. Luke was telling me about a flood on the 4th floor of one of the research buildings, how a grad student had tried to dry lab equipment with a hand dryer from the restroom. When the monitor spat a burst of static, so sudden Nora startled in her seat. Then came the sound of movement, not electronic distortion, not a radio station clipping in and out. A scuff, another, slow, muffled, overhead. Luke stopped talking. We both looked up. Above the kitchen ceiling was the unfinished attic. The house had one of those cramped pull-down hatches in the second-floor hallway with a folding ladder that looked too delicate to trust. We'd been up there exactly once during the inspection. It was all joists, old insulation, roof nails poking through in rows like tiny teeth. A place for Christmas boxes and things you were comfortable forgetting. The sound came through the monitor again, a drag, then what might have been a thump. Luke set his fork down. Okay. I hated the sudden certainty in his voice because it reached for my own. It could still be interference, I said, with footsteps. You don't know their footsteps. He didn't answer that. He stood, walked into the living room, and listened. The house around us made its small, usual noises. A car passed outside, bass rattling faintly through the glass. The radiator clicked. Nora gurgled and kicked one sock half off. Nothing overhead. Luke came back and held out his hand. Give me the monitor. I did. He listened for maybe 10 seconds. Then the speaker gave another dry crackle, and the same male voice said, farther away this time, don't turn the light on. Luke's face changed in a way I'd seen only a few times in our marriage. Not fear exactly. More like all the slack came out of him at once. What did it say? I asked, though I knew. He looked at me. You heard that, I nodded. Nora began to fuss, picking up the tension without understanding it. I lifted her from the bouncer and bounced her gently on my hip. Luke turned the monitor over in his hands, as if maybe there was some hidden switch on the back marked explain this. We should just toss it, I said. That's one option. Luke, I'm serious. He rubbed his thumb over the speaker grill. If it's getting interference from another device, fine. We throw it out. Buy a new one tomorrow. But the attic's right above us, Em. I hated that he'd said it plainly. I hated more that I had been thinking the same thing and trying not to. This was the part of living in an old house no one really mentions before you sign papers. Every unknown has a shape. Every closed crawl space. Every patched wall. Every badly painted over door frame becomes a little container for your imagination. During the inspection, the previous owner had said the attic had no flooring, no usable storage beyond a few planks. Nothing up there but insulation and regret, he joked. The inspector laughed. I laughed too because everyone else was laughing. But later, I'd noticed an old hook and eye latch on the attic hatch, painted over but still visible, as if someone had once wanted to make sure it stayed shut from below. I hadn't mentioned that to Luke. It had felt silly. Now I wished I had mentioned everything silly I'd decided to keep to myself. He took his phone from his pocket. I'm going up. No, it's probably a squirrel. That told you not to turn the light on. He opened his mouth, closed it, then tried again. A prank, signal bleed. Somebody with a ham radio setup. I don't know. Nora's right here. I know that. The way he said it wasn't sharp, but it hit sharp anyway. Because underneath it was the shared, ugly fact that once you have a child, every decision gets measured against a scale you can't see and can never stop seeing. Curious becomes reckless. Waiting becomes negligent. Everything can be argued both ways. I took Nora into the living room and paced while Luke checked the back door, then the front, more for his own mind than because he expected to find anything. The locks were secure. The windows were shut. He killed the TV we'd left on low in the corner. The house got quieter. Not quiet, never that, but stripped down. We could hear the refrigerator motor, the rustle of Luke's jacket when he moved, Nora's breath hitching before she burped warm milk onto my shoulder. Then from above faint, but unquestionably from the house, this time not the monitor, came a creak. Luke looked up. I said, "No," he said. "You heard that." I had. For a minute neither of us moved. In the row house next door, someone turned on a shower. Water ran through the pipes in a rushing vertical line. A siren wailed somewhere toward Broad Street and thinned into distance. I found myself counting Nora's breaths against my neck. Luke's phone buzzed. He glanced down, swore softly, and showed me the screen. It was his younger sister. Maya Carter, 28, had keys to our place because she was the kind of person who actually showed up when people needed help moving furniture or watching a baby on short notice. She lived 10 minutes away in Graduate Hospital, worked nights as a paramedic, and had the kind of dry, practical calm I borrowed whenever mine ran out. Luke answered on speaker. "Hey, you left your lunchbox in my car again," Maya said. "I'm outside. Come rescue it before I decide this is my Tupperware now." Luke and I looked at each other. That should have been absurdly normal. Relief should have come clean and easy. Instead, it arrived jaggedly, because now there was another person who could walk into this atmosphere and confirm whether we were being stupid. "Maya," I said, louder than I meant to, "come in." She paused. That sounded weird. "I'm coming in." A minute later, she was in our kitchen in navy EMS pants and a black quarter zip, dark hair still flattened from the cap she wore in the ambulance. She set the lunchbox on the counter, took one look at my face, then at Luke holding the monitor, and said, "What happened?" Luke gave her the condensed version. Not every detail, but enough. Maya listened without interrupting. Then she said, "Play it." As if on cue, the monitor crackled. Static. Breath. Then a whisper so low I almost missed it. "Please." The three of us stared at the little white unit. Maya stepped closer. "That's not feedback." "No," Luke said. She looked up toward the ceiling, then back at us. Her expression didn't do us the favor of pretending this was nothing. "You got a carbon monoxide detector in this place." The question was so practical it nearly made me cry from gratitude. "Hallway," Luke said, "and one downstairs. Any alarms?" "No." "Okay, good." She took off her jacket. "Second question. Is there any chance someone else has access to this house?" "No," I said, then thought of the previous owner, the contractor who'd fixed the rear window, the neighbor who'd once accepted a package for us, and corrected myself. "I don't know. Probably not." Maya nodded once. Third question. Why are we standing here talking about it instead of deciding whether this is a 911 problem? Luke looked at me. He wanted to go up there. I could see it on him like heat. Not because he was careless, but because he couldn't stand a mystery hovering over Nora's room. I wanted the exact opposite. All doors shut, police called, lights on in every room, no heroic nonsense in our socks on old stairs. But then the monitor, very softly, gave a little pop of static again. And this time there was no voice. Just a rhythmic sound, not speech, not movement, tapping, 3 short beats, a pause, then 3 more. Maya turned toward the hallway that led to the stairs. Luke tightened his grip on the monitor. And I had the sudden, awful understanding that whatever happened next would be because one of us chose it. We could call 911 and wait on the sidewalk in the cold with Nora bundled in a blanket, hoping we were about to feel embarrassed in front of 2 police officers and a few curious neighbors. Or we could pull down the attic ladder ourselves and find out what had learned the shape of our house. Luke said, "M." Maya said nothing. Nora made a small, sleepy sound against my shoulder. I looked at the dark hallway, at the faint square in the ceiling where the attic hatch sat above the second-floor landing, and realized normal had already broken. Not by much. Not enough that I could explain it cleanly to someone else yet, but enough. "Don't go up alone," I said, and that was the choice. Luke didn't argue with me. That was what made it worse. If he'd snapped, if he'd brushed past me and hauled the attic ladder down like this was some dumb, obvious fix, I think I could have pushed back harder, called him reckless, made it a fight, forced the decision into something clearer. But he didn't. He just nodded once, jaw tight, and said, "Okay, together." Maya was already moving. "First, we don't bring the baby up there," she said, stepping past us toward the hallway. "Second, we don't shut ourselves in any space we can't get out of fast." Third, she held out her hand. "Flashlights." Luke grabbed the heavy maglite from the junk drawer by the fridge. I went for my phone charger without thinking, then stopped halfway and grabbed the smaller flashlight we kept in the umbrella stand. It had a weak beam, yellow at the edges, but it worked. Nora stirred against my shoulder, picking up the shift in the room. The quiet wasn't calm anymore. It felt like something waiting. "I'm not leaving her downstairs," I said. Maya paused at the base of the stairs. "No," my voice came out sharper than I meant. "If something's in the house, I'm not putting a floor between me and her." Luke glanced between us. He understood both sides. That was his problem. He always tried to make space for every angle at once. "She stays with you," he said finally. "We don't go up unless we have to. We listen first." Maya gave a small, tight exhale. "Fine. But if this turns into anything real, you hand her to me and you move." No hesitation. I nodded. I didn't trust my voice. We moved into the hallway together, the 3 of us and Nora pressed between us like a fragile center point. The house narrowed here. The stairs rose steeply along the wall, painted a tired-off white that had chipped at the edges. Above, the square outline of the attic hatch was just visible in the dim light. The monitor was still in Luke's hand. It crackled once, a dry burst, and then tap, 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 a pause. Tap, tap, tap. Maya looked up. "That's deliberate." "Could be pipes," Luke said, but he didn't sound convinced. "Pipes don't keep rhythm," she said. Nora let out a soft whine. I adjusted her, felt the damp warmth of her breath against my collarbone, the tiny weight of her hand pressing into my shirt like she was holding on without knowing why. The tapping stopped. We stood there for a few seconds too long, all of us listening for something that didn't come. Then the monitor hissed again. "Hello?" The voice was clearer this time, not loud, but close. Close enough that I could hear the edges of it, the slight rasp, the dryness, like someone who hadn't had water in a while. Maya reached for the monitor. Luke hesitated, then handed it over. "Hello," she said into it, her voice steady in a way I envied. "Can you hear me?" Static. Then, "Don't," the word cut out, swallowed by interference. A long stretch of nothing followed, the kind of silence that isn't really silence because you're straining so hard to hear through it. Luke looked at me. "If someone's up there, they're not supposed to be," I said. "No," Maya lowered the monitor slowly. "We call it in." The words landed like a line drawn across the floor. Luke shifted his weight. "And say what?" "Hi, we bought a used baby monitor. and it's picking up voices. Can you send someone? We say we hear movement in the attic, she said. We don't mention the monitor unless they ask. Possible break-in. That's enough. It could be nothing. Or it could be someone who's been up there longer than we think, she said, eyes still on the ceiling. You want to wait and find out which one? I swallowed. My mouth tasted like metal. Luke rubbed the back of his neck. Response time going to be what, 10 minutes? 15, depends. And we just sit here, Maya met his eyes. We don't go up blind into a confined space with an unknown person above us. That's how people get hurt. She wasn't saying it like a lecture, just fact. Luke looked at the stairs again. The attic hatch. I knew that look. It wasn't bravado. It was calculation. Distance, angles, how long it would take to get the ladder down, how much room there would be at the top. He did that at work all the time, ran through physical problems like they were puzzles he could solve with enough information. But this wasn't one of those. Luke, I said quietly. He didn't answer right away. From above us, faint but unmistakable, came another sound. A shift. Not tapping this time. Weight moving. All three of us froze. Nora made a small, startled noise, then started to cry, sharp and sudden. The sound filled the hallway, too loud, too alive. I bounced her instinctively, whispering into her hair, trying to bring the volume down like it would change anything. Okay, Luke said, voice low. Okay, we're not waiting. Maya swore under her breath. Luke, if someone's up there and they hear us calling 911, they already hear us. And if they come down while we're waiting, he shot back. There's one staircase, Maya, one that landed. The house wasn't built for escape. It was built for narrow movement, for keeping things contained. Maya exhaled slowly. We check from the bottom of the ladder. We don't climb all the way up. We don't put our heads through the opening. We just get eyes on it. If we see anything we don't like, we get out and call it in. Agreed, Luke nodded. She looked at me. I wanted to say no. I wanted to drag both of them back into the kitchen, lock every door, call the police, and wait in a pool of light until someone else told us what was real. But Nora's cry was still thin and panicked against my ear, and the idea of someone above her room, someone who had said she was awake before I even picked her up, agreed, I said. The words felt like they belonged to someone else. Luke reached up and hooked his fingers into the small metal ring on the attic hatch. He hesitated just long enough for all three of us to feel it. Then he pulled. The hatch dropped open with a dull wooden thud, and the folding ladder snapped down in sections, metal joints clicking into place. Dust shook loose from the edges, drifting down in a thin cloud that smelled like old insulation and something faintly sour. The opening above was black. Luke clicked on the mag light and angled the beam upward. The light cut a narrow tunnel through the darkness, catching the underside of the roof, the crisscross of beams, the pale, uneven surface of insulation packed between them. Nothing moved. Maya stepped closer to the base of the ladder. Stay back, she said, though none of us were crowding her. Luke held the flashlight steady. His hand wasn't shaking, but I could see the tension in his forearm, the way his grip tightened every time the beam caught on something that might have been a shape. See anything? I asked. Just the joists, he said. Boxes in the far corner. We didn't put boxes up there, I said. We didn't look that closely when we moved in. Maya reached out and touched the first rung of the ladder, testing it. It creaked slightly under her weight. Don't go up, I said immediately. I'm not climbing, she said. I'm just getting a better angle. She put one foot on the first rung, then the second, rising just enough that her head was level with the opening, but still below it. Luke adjusted the flashlight, following her line of sight. For a few seconds, nothing happened. Then Maya went very still. "What?" Luke asked. She didn't answer right away. She leaned slightly to one side, peering deeper into the attic space. "Those boxes," she said finally. They're not just boxes." My heart kicked harder in my chest. "What do you mean?" "They're stacked, neat, too neat." Luke shifted the light. "Storage." "No," she said. "It's like," she paused. "It's like someone arranged them." A small, unreasonable part of me wanted to laugh. Boxes arranged neatly wasn't a crime. It wasn't even unusual. But the rest of me knew what she meant. The difference between things being left somewhere and things being placed there. "Anything else?" Luke asked. Maya didn't move. Then, slowly, she said, "There's a sleeping bag." The word dropped into the space between us. My grip on Nora tightened. "What?" "Rolled out," Maya said, "near the boxes." And she leaned a little further, just enough that I felt a sharp spike of fear in my chest. "There's a bottle. Water, I think. Half full," Luke swore softly. "Okay," Maya said, climbing back down the ladder, movements controlled. "Okay, we're done, we call it in." Nora's crying had softened to a hiccuping whine. I shifted her, pressing my cheek to the top of her head, trying to ground myself in the weight and warmth of her. Luke didn't move away from the ladder. "Luke," I said. He didn't turn. "If someone's been staying up there," he said, voice low, "they know this house. They know when we're here." The monitor, still in Maya's hand, crackled again. All three of us looked at it. For a second, there was only static. Then, very clearly, the voice said, "There at the ladder." Every muscle in my body locked. Luke's head snapped up toward the opening. Maya's grip on the monitor tightened. Nora let out a small, confused sound. We stood there, suspended in that moment, the three of us and the dark space above us. And then something shifted in the attic. Not small, not subtle. A weight moving fast toward the opening. "Back," Maya said, already stepping away from the ladder, one hand reaching for me, the other pushing Luke's shoulder. Luke stumbled back just as something hit the top of the ladder hard enough to rattle the metal joints. The flashlight beam jerked wildly, catching a flash of movement, fabric, maybe, or hair before it swung off into the rafters. The ladder shuddered. Dust rained down. Nora started screaming. "Move," Maya said, louder now, grabbing my arm and pulling me toward the living room. "We're getting out. Now." Luke hesitated for half a second, looking up at the opening like he might still try to see something, understand something. Then the ladder shook again, harder. That was enough. He turned and ran. We didn't stop to grab coats. We didn't turn off lights. We moved through the house in a rush of half-formed motion, feet hitting wood, breath coming sharp and loud. The front door stuck for a second, of course it did. It always stuck, and then Luke wrenched it open, and cold air hit us like a slap. We spilled out onto the sidewalk. Behind us, inside the house, something heavy shifted again overhead. Maya was already pulling out her phone, dialing with quick, practiced movements. "Yeah," she said when the call connected, voice clipped and steady. "Possible intruder. Occupied residence. We have a visual on makeshift bedding in the attic and active movement. Address is," she rattled it off. I stood there on the sidewalk, Nora clutched tight against me, her cries echoing off the row houses, and looked back at the front door hanging open. From inside, faint but unmistakable, came the sound of footsteps. Not overhead now. On the second floor. The cold hit first. Not the cinematic kind. Just that ordinary Philadelphia evening cold that settles into your sleeves and makes your fingers stiff faster than you expect. But it cut through everything else, the noise, Nora's crying, the adrenaline, and left me standing on the sidewalk with the front door yawning open behind us like we'd forgotten how to live in our own house. Maya was already halfway down the block, one hand on her phone, pacing in tight lines while she spoke to dispatch. Luke hovered near the doorway, not stepping back inside, but not moving far enough away to feel safe either. I shifted Nora against me. She was still crying, her face red, breath catching in uneven pulls. I tucked her into my jacket as best I could, rocking slightly, murmuring nonsense just to give her a rhythm. Inside, something moved again. We all heard it. Footsteps, heavier this time. Not overhead on the second floor landing. The same place the attic hatch opened. The same place you had to stand if you wanted to come down the stairs. Luke took a step forward. "Don't," I said. "I'm not going in," he said, but his voice had that thin edge again. "I'm just what?" He didn't answer. Maya came back, already slipping her phone into her pocket. "Units are on the way. 5 minutes, maybe less." "That's a long 5 minutes," Luke said. Maya followed his gaze to the open door. Yeah, the house felt wrong with the door open like that. Too exposed. Too much of it visible at once. The narrow hallway, the base of the stairs, the faint light spilling from the kitchen in a strip across the floor. It looked like a stage set, waiting for something to step into frame. "Close it," I said. Luke hesitated. "If someone's inside, they're already inside." Maya nodded. "Close it. If they come out, we'll see them." He stepped forward and pushed the door shut. It stuck again halfway, like it always did, then gave with a dull thud when he leaned his weight into it. The lock clicked. For a second, everything went still. Then a sharp, metallic crash from inside. Nora flinched against me, her crying spiking again. "What was that?" I asked. "Kitchen, maybe," Luke said. Maya shook her head slightly. "Could be anything. We don't go back in." Luke exhaled hard, running a hand over his face. "We can't just stand here if they're tearing the place apart." "Possessions don't matter right now," she said. "People do." "It's not just stuff," he snapped. "That's Nora S." "I know," Maya cut in, not raising her voice. "I know, but you don't clear a structure without backup, not like this." He didn't argue, but the frustration stayed on him, tight and visible. I kept my eyes on the front windows. The curtains were thin, old fabric that let shapes move behind them. For a moment, I thought I saw something shift on the second floor, just a flicker, like someone passing between the light and the window. My stomach dropped. "There," I said, pointing. Luke and Maya both looked up. The window stayed still. Nothing moved. We watched it for too long, all of us trying to decide if we'd imagined it. "That could have been the TV light downstairs," Maya said after a second, "or a car passing." "We turned the TV off," Luke said. "A car then." But even as she said it, a car rolled by behind us, headlights sweeping across the front of the house. The light passed over the window again. This time, nothing changed. The shape didn't come back. Misdirection, I told myself. Just light and nerves, and a brain trying to fill in gaps. Still, my pulse didn't settle. From inside, a new sound, a dragging scrape. Closer now. Lower. Luke's head snapped toward the door. "That's the stairs," he said. Maya stepped between him and the house without thinking. "Stay back. He's coming down." "Or moving around," she said. "We don't know." The scrape came again. Then a soft thud. Then silence. The kind that makes your ears ring because you're waiting for it to break. Nora's crying had quieted to soft hiccups. her small body still trembling against mine. I adjusted my grip, my arms starting to ache from holding her so tightly. Time stretched. 1 minute, 2, no sirens yet. Luke shifted his weight again. I can't just, you can, Maya said. You are. Another crash from inside. Louder this time. Something heavy hitting the floor. Luke swore. What if they're breaking the back door or the windows? Then they're leaving, Maya said, which is good. Or they're looking for a way out and don't see the front. Then we move further back, she said, but we don't go in. The tension between them tightened, stretched thin. I felt it too. That pull, the urge to do something instead of nothing, to fix it, to act. It's a dangerous instinct. Nora shifted again, her hand catching in my hair. The small, ordinary pain grounded me. Think, not panic, not guess. Think, the monitor, I said suddenly. They both looked at me. What about it? Luke asked. It's still inside, Maya frowned. Yeah, if they've been using it, if they're talking through it, then it's not just random interference. I swallowed. It means they know how to use it, or they've had time to figure it out. Luke's eyes narrowed slightly. You think they've been up there a while? I think they knew she was awake before I picked her up, I said. Saying it out loud made it heavier, more real. Maya's expression shifted. Which means they've been listening. To us, Luke said. To her, I added. Implication settled over us like a weight. From inside, faintly, the monitor crackled. We all froze. It was muffled through the door, but unmistakable. That same thin static, that same cheap speaker distortion. Then the voice. Hello. Luke took a step forward again, almost unconsciously. Luke, Maya said, sharper now. He's talking, Luke said. He's baiting, she said. Don't engage. The voice came again, louder this time, like whoever it was had moved closer to the device. You left. A pause. And almost conversationally, you shouldn't have left. A cold, practical part of my brain clicked into place. He can't see us, I said. Luke glanced at me. What? If he thought we were still inside, he wouldn't say that. I nodded toward the house. He's guessing, testing. Maya's eyes flicked between us. Or he saw you through the window earlier. Or he didn't, I said. And he's trying to get a reaction. The voice didn't come again. But the monitor crackled once more, then fell silent. Another minute passed. Then finally sirens. Distant at first, then closer. Relief hit fast and sharp, almost dizzying. I hadn't realized how much I'd been holding myself together by force until that sound gave me permission to loosen. 2 police cars pulled up, lights flashing, but sirens cutting off as they reached the block. Doors opened, boots on pavement. An officer approached quickly, hand already resting near his radio. Who called? Maya stepped forward. I did. Possible intruder in the attic. We heard movement, saw evidence of someone living up there. They came down into the house. The officer nodded, already turning to his partner. You see anyone leave? No, Luke said. We came out as soon as we heard them move. Okay. The second officer moved toward the front door, checking the frame, the lock. Door S secured. They're inside, I said. We'll clear it, the first officer said. You stay back here. It should have ended there. That should have been the handoff point, the moment where the problem left our control and moved into someone else's. But it didn't feel like that, because the house was still ours, because Nora's crib was still upstairs, because the thought of someone, whoever he was, moving through those rooms, touching things, leaving traces, felt like a violation that hadn't finished yet. The officers entered quickly, weapons drawn, but low, movements controlled and practiced. One covered the base of the stairs while the other started up, step by step, calling out as he went. Police, If anyone's inside, announce yourself. No response. They moved to the second floor, out of sight. We stood on the sidewalk, listening. A door opened, closed, another, then attic access here, a pause, going up. I held my breath without meaning to. Seconds ticked by. Then a voice, sharper now, clear, another pause. Second floor clear, footsteps again. Heavier now, moving down. The officers reappeared a moment later. House is empty, the first one said. The words didn't land right. Empty, Luke repeated. We didn't find anyone, the officer said. Attic's got some bedding, like you said. Looks like someone might have been staying up there, but they're not there now. They were just there, I said. We heard them. I'm not saying you didn't, he said, not unkindly. But they're not inside anymore. Luke looked past him into the house, like he might still catch something if he looked hard enough. How did they get out? He asked. The officer gestured toward the back. There's a small window in the attic. It's open. Looks like they used that. That's a drop, Luke said. 2 stories. Not if you've got something to climb down on, the officer said. There's a drain pipe along the side, scuffed up. They knew what they were doing. The trap tightened. Whoever it was hadn't just been hiding. They'd planned. They've been watching us, I said quietly. The officer met my eyes for a second. Didn't confirm it, didn't deny it. Do you have anything missing? He asked. Luke hesitated. We didn't check. Okay, we'll take a report. You might want to stay somewhere else tonight, just to be safe. Maya nodded immediately. We can go to my place. Luke looked at me. I looked past him, through the open doorway, up toward the stairs. The house looked the same. Exactly the same. And that was the problem. Because it was. Need to get Nora's things, I said. Maya opened her mouth. Her formula, her clothes. We can't just leave. I'll get them, Luke said. No, I said, I'm coming. The officer stepped forward. We'll go with you. It wasn't a question. We moved back inside. The air felt different immediately. Still warm, still familiar, but wrong in a way that had nothing to do with temperature. Like the house had been rearranged slightly while we weren't looking. The kitchen chair was on its side. A drawer hung open. Small things, but enough. Luke went straight for the stairs. The officer followed. Maya stayed close to me as we moved through the living room. Quick, she said. In and out. I nodded. We climbed. Each step felt louder than it should have. At the top of the stairs, the hallway stretched out, nursery on the right, our bedroom on the left, attic hatch above. The ladder was still down, still open, still leading up into that dark space. I forced myself to look away. Nursery, Luke said. We moved toward it. Way there, the monitor, sitting on the hallway table where we'd left it earlier, crackled. All of us stopped. The officer turned toward it slowly. Static filled the small space. Then the voice, clear, calm, close. You came back. My heart slammed hard enough it hurt. The officer stepped toward the monitor. Who is this? He said, sharp now. No answer, just the faint sound of breathing. Then tap, tap, tap from above the attic. But the attic had just been cleared. The officer's posture shifted. Stay here. He moved toward the ladder. Luke took a step after him. Don't, I said, grabbing his arm. But he was already pulling free, because the rules had changed, because someone was still there. And this time, they weren't hiding. The officer took 2 steps toward the attic ladder before everything happened at once. The monitor on the hallway table gave one last burst of static. Luke jerked his arm out of my grip. Nora startled so hard against my chest that her whole body went rigid. Then she let out a scream I felt in my teeth. And from above us, not tapping now, but a hard, scrambling rush of movement across the joists, came the sound of someone running in a space too small to run in. Back, the officer snapped. Too late. A panel somewhere above the hallway ceiling slammed open with a crack of old wood. Not the attic hatch. Different section. Closer to the bathroom end of the hall, something cut into the plaster. And painted over so many times, it had blended in until it moved. A rectangle of darkness dropped down, and a body came through it feet first, half falling, half catching itself on the frame. For one split second, all I saw was shape. A man in a dark sweatshirt, thin and dirty, and moving with the ugly speed of someone who has already committed to violence. Then details came in hard pieces. Gray knit cap, beard gone patchy at the jaw, eyes too bright, one hand wrapped in something white that might have been gauze once and was now gray-brown. He hit the floor badly, shoulder first, bounced against the wall, and still came up moving. The officer lunged. The man swung the flashlight-sized metal object he was holding, a pry bar, I realized later, or a heavy tire iron cut short, and caught the officer high on the forearm. There was a dull, sick sound. The officer swore and his gun hand jerked wide. Maya shoved me backwards so hard my shoulder hit the nursery doorframe. Inside, she yelled. I stumbled into Nora's room. My heel slid on the rug. I hit the changing table with my hip and almost went down, but I clutched Nora tighter and stayed upright by pure panic. Behind me, Luke hit the intruder low around the waist and drove him into the hallway wall. The whole second floor shook. The second officer was still downstairs. I heard him start up at a run. The intruder twisted with a horrible, wiry strength. Not stronger than Luke, not bigger, but desperate and practiced in a way Luke wasn't. He drove an elbow backward into Luke's face. Luke grunted, stumbled. Blood flashed bright from his nose immediately. The officer with the injured arm slammed into the man from the side. Drop it. The pry bar hit the floor and skidded, striking the hallway table leg. The baby monitor toppled and burst apart, plastic battery cover flying off, the speaker still spitting static from the floorboards. I backed deeper into the nursery, heart slamming, Nora screaming in my arms. The room was too small suddenly. Crib to my right, rocker by the window, dresser to the left. Nowhere to go except the far corner by the closet, which is where I went, uselessly protective, turning my body around her. Maya didn't follow me in. She stayed in the doorway. That was the kind of person she was. She grabbed the nursery door and shoved it hard toward the hall, trying to make a barrier, while the men fought in the narrow space beyond. But Luke and the officer were too close to it, the angle wrong, bodies slamming into the frame. The door rebounded off a shoulder and flew half open again. I saw everything in strobe fragments. Luke ramming the man against the bathroom wall, the injured officer trying to pin one arm, the intruder's face, finally clear white male, maybe late 40s, maybe older under the grime, cheeks hollowed out, lips split, breathing through his mouth in fast, dry pulls. He smelled even from where I stood, sweat gone stale in layers, wet insulation, urine, something medicinal. The second officer reached the top landing. Get down. The intruder lurched sideways at the sound of that new voice, and for a second, everybody lost shape. Luke slipped in blood his own from his nose and hit one knee. The intruder tore free with half his sweatshirt collar ripped out and dove not for the stairs, not for the attic ladder, but straight toward the nursery, toward me, toward Nora. I remember the sound I made more than the words, something low and animal, not brave, just automatic. Maya saw it the same instant I did. She grabbed the fallen hallway table with both hands and shoved it into the doorway. It clipped the intruder at thigh height, enough to turn him, enough to break his line for half a second. He slammed shoulder first into the doorframe instead of into me. That half second saved us. Luke hit him from behind. All momentum went sideways. The intruder crashed into the nursery dresser hard enough to rattle the lamp and send the wipe warmer tumbling to the floor. The dresser tipped, lurched, then came back down. He clawed for balance. One hand caught the crib rail. The crib moved, just an inch, maybe two. But when it moved, something in me went white hot and clean. I handed Nora to Maya without even looking at her, just shoved my daughter against Maya's chest and heard Maya's shocked breath as she took the weight. Then I grabbed the first thing my hand found on the dresser top, the ceramic lamp. I swung it, not like in movies, not overhead, not elegant, short, ugly, both hands, straight into the side of the intruder's head as he turned. The lamp base cracked on impact. The sound was dull and dense. He went down hard, taking the corner of the changing table with him. I felt the jolt run up both my arms into my shoulders. For one instant, nothing moved. Then everything moved again. The second officer was on him. Luke was too. They pinned him face down, one knee to his back, one arm twisted out. He screamed then, not words at first, just rage and pain, and something frantic underneath it. His head turned against the rug, and I saw blood running from his scalp into his beard. Hands. Hands, other hand. The injured officer kicked the pry bar down the hall out of reach. Maya backed into the nursery with Nora, putting the crib between herself and the doorway. She had one hand over Nora's head, as if debris might still fly. Her face had gone flat and work-like in the way medical people do, when emotion would only get in the way. The intruder kept bucking. He was thinner than Luke by a lot, but fear gives people ugly endurance. It took all three men to hold him, then handcuffs, then at last stillness, or something close to it. Only then did I realize my right hand was cut open across two knuckles from the broken lamp. Blood was dripping onto the nursery rug, dark against the pale fibers. My wrist trembled so hard I couldn't make it stop. Luke pushed himself upright first. His nose was running blood down over his mouth and chin. One eye was already swelling. He looked at me, then at Nora, and I saw the exact moment he understood how close the intruder had gotten. "You okay?" he said, voice wrecked. I started to answer, and instead sat down hard in the rocker because my legs quit. The officers hauled the intruder into a kneeling position. Up close, he looked even worse. Small sores along his neck. Skin cracked from cold. The white wrapping around his hand was duct tape over gauze. He kept trying to twist around and look into the nursery. "Keep him facing forward," Maya said sharply. One officer did. The other was already on his shoulder radio, words coming fast and clipped. "Suspect in custody, officer injured, EMS requested, possible concealed access point in second floor ceiling, scene not secure." The intruder laughed once under his breath. It was the most upsetting thing he had done. Not because it was dramatic, because it sounded tired. Familiar, almost. Like someone amused that everybody else had just caught up to what he'd known all along. Luke heard it too. "What?" The man spat blood onto the floorboards and said, "You left her alone every night." The hallway went dead quiet. I felt something cold move through me that had nothing to do with weather. One of the officers shoved his shoulder down. Shut up. But the damage was done. He had not been guessing. He had not just heard us talking and stitched together a story. He knew our rhythms. Maya shifted Nora higher against her chest. Nora's crying had worn down into little exhausted gasps. Her face was blotchy. One tiny fist was clenched in Maya's quarter zip. Luke took one step toward the man before the officer blocked him with an arm. No, he was watching her, Luke said. No, the officer repeated, firmer. The intruder's eyes moved, searching, and landed on me past the doorway. There was no triumph there. No wild movie villain look. Just a sick, flat possessiveness that made my skin crawl. I kept her quiet, he said. Maya made a sound like she might actually hit him. I stood too fast. The room tipped. I grabbed the arm of the rocker and held on. Emily, Maya said, not looking away from the doorway. Stay seated, but I couldn't, because all at once pieces were slotting together in my head with nauseating precision. The nights Nora had settled unexpectedly after fussing. The faint knocks I'd half heard and dismissed as pipes. The times I'd looked at the monitor and felt watched before I had any reason to. The voice saying she's awake now. He'd been up there over her room, listening, maybe speaking softly enough through the vents or the floor or that stupid monitor speaker, learning her noises, learning mine. And then another thought, worse than that one. There's another access point, I said. The officers looked at me. I pointed with my cut hand toward the hole in the hall ceiling where he had dropped through. That wasn't the attic hatch. He knew another way down. He didn't need the ladder. The injured officer glanced up, following the line. The edge of the opening showed raw wood beneath the paint. A hidden service panel, maybe old utility access, maybe cut years ago and disguised. Big enough for a thin adult to squeeze through. That's how he stayed hidden during the clear, I said. He wasn't in the attic when you looked. The officer cursed softly. He understood at once. Search the obvious space. Miss the void behind the bathroom soffit or between old walls. A row house is all dead spaces and renovations layered over older renovations. The intruder smiled then, barely, one side of his mouth. The second officer hauled him fully upright. Move, he resisted. Not enough to break free, enough to make them work. As they dragged him toward the stairs, he twisted again, trying for one last look toward the nursery, and Luke surged forward anyway. The officers caught that too, one keeping the suspect, the other blocking Luke with his good arm. Do not make this worse. Luke stopped because he had to, not because he wanted to. He was shaking now from the crash after adrenaline, from rage, from the kind of helplessness that comes when the physical part is over and the emotional part starts finding its shape. They got the intruder down the stairs. His boots banged each step. I heard the front door open, neighborhood voices outside, radios. Then the door shut again behind them. And suddenly, the house was quiet. Not completely. Never that. Sirens in the distance, now closer. Someone outside asking what happened. The old radiator ticking. Nora's hitching breaths. But compared to the last 5 minutes, it felt like the aftermath of an explosion. That stunned pocket where your body keeps waiting for the next hit. Maya came to me then, finally, and crouched to set Nora back in my arms. My daughter was damp with sweat and tears, heavier than she should have been only because my muscles had started to fail. I held her and immediately cried into her hair. No warning, no dignity, just tears dropping hot onto her onesie while she made small, exhausted sounds and rooted against my shoulder for something familiar. Maya checked my hand. "You need stitches." "I'm fine." "You are not fine." Luke leaned in the nursery doorway, one hand pressed under his nose. Blood had soaked the front of his t-shirt. His left eye was swelling nearly shut now. He looked like somebody I knew wearing his own damaged face. He said, "I'm sorry." It was such a Luke thing to say that I almost laughed. For what? For not calling right away. For going up. He broke off. I should have listened. This was the lull part, I think. The part after violence where people start trying to assign blame because blame feels easier than randomness. Easier than the truth, which was that an old house had blind spaces, and we were tired and proud and scared in slightly different directions, and a man had used all of that. Maya stood and put pressure against the cut on my hand with a clean burp cloth from the changing table. "You can all do this later," she said. "Right now, we need to get through the next 10 minutes. She was right. The next 10 minutes filled fast. More police. Then EMS, questions asked twice because answers had to be recorded. Flashlights into the hidden ceiling access. Photos of the sleeping bag and water bottles and plastic bins in the attic. One of the officers came back up to ask whether we knew the suspect. We didn't. Another asked if anything had gone missing over the past few weeks. We couldn't answer that either. Not yet. While the paramedic wrapped my hand and examined Luke's nose, another officer brought the remains of the baby monitor downstairs in a gloved evidence bag. Seeing it like that, cracked, cheap, ordinary, was almost enough to make the whole thing tilt unreal again. This ugly $15 thing that had become a mouth. "Device will be checked," the officer said. Might just be he was transmitting on the same channel from another unit. "Another unit?" Maya asked. He nodded. "Or a modified receiver." We found wiring in one of the bins. Batteries. Old electronics. Hard to say till they look. So that was one answer, or part of one. Not supernatural. Worse, somehow, for being practical. He had made the monitor into a tool, a line into our lives. When they finally led us downstairs, I looked once toward the hallway ceiling. The hidden opening above the bathroom looked small now. Harmless, even. A square with chipped paint. That made it worse too, because terror had come out of something I could have painted over myself and never noticed. On the ground floor, by the front door, one officer spoke quietly to another while looking at a notebook. I caught pieces. Months maybe, vacant before sale. Neighbor reported noises once. Nothing actionable outside. Our block glowed in rotating red and blue. Neighbors stood on stoops in slippers and coats, pretending not to stare. The cold had deepened. I could feel it through the shock now. As they guided the intruder, head bandaged now, hands cuffed, one side of his face swollen toward a police car, he turned once more toward the house, toward the second floor windows, toward Nora's room, not looking for escape anymore, just looking. One of the officers pushed his head down and folded him into the back seat. Door shut, resolved in the strictest sense. But when I lifted my eyes to the nursery window above us, I could not stop imagining the dark space just above it. The beams, the insulation, the place where he had lain awake while we slept under him and called it home. Luke touched my shoulder lightly with his uninjured hand. I looked at him. "We're done here," he said. He meant the house for tonight. Maybe longer, maybe forever. He didn't know yet. Neither did I. Nora had finally fallen asleep from sheer exhaustion, mouth open against my chest, eyelashes stuck together in damp points. My cut hand throbbed in heavy pulses. My arms felt hollowed out. Behind my eyes was the beginning of something I knew would last much longer than any bruise. We walked to Maya's car under the spinning lights, and even after the doors shut and the engine started and the house began to disappear behind us, I kept listening for tapping. We didn't go back that night. Maya drove us to her place with the radio off and the heater turned up too high. Luke sat in the front seat, one hand pressed under his nose, with a wad of gauze the paramedic had given him. I sat in the back with Nora, her head tucked under my chin, finally asleep in a way that felt less like rest and more like shutdown. Every time the car slowed at a light, I looked at the rearview mirror without meaning to, checking for headlights that weren't there. Maya's apartment was small and bright and smelled like detergent and something citrus. It felt wrong to bring all of this into it. She cleared a space on her couch with quick, efficient movements, like she was setting up a treatment area. "Sit," she said. I sat. A different ambulance crew had offered to take me to the ER for my hand, but I had refused at the door. It wasn't rational. It was a feeling that if I left Nora again, even for an hour, something would slip through the gap. Maya didn't argue then. She just wrapped my hand tighter, cleaner, and told me we'd go first thing in the morning. Now she unwound the makeshift dressing and looked at the cut with a frown that told me she had been right. "You're getting stitches," she said. "I know." Luke leaned against the kitchen counter, eyes half closed. His face had gone a shade too pale under the bruising. When he took his hand away from his nose, the gauze was already stained through. "You need an X-ray," Maya told him. "I can breathe," he said. "It's probably not broken. Probably is not a medical plan." He shrugged, then winced. Nora stirred at the sound of his voice. I tightened my hold on her without thinking. Maya noticed. She noticed everything. "She's okay," she said, quieter now. "I know. But I didn't know. Not yet. We slept in shifts. Or we pretended to." I lay on Maya's couch with Nora on my chest for hours, listening to the unfamiliar sounds of a different building, elevator cables, a neighbor's television, footsteps in the hallway that came and went without meaning anything. Every time a pipe knocked, my body went rigid. Every time Nora sighed, I checked her breathing with my palm over her ribs. Luke lay on the floor with a blanket, one arm thrown over his face. He didn't sleep at all. I could tell by the way his chest never settled into a rhythm. Maya took the bedroom and left the door open, her phone on the pillow beside her, ringer up. At some point, sometime near morning, I must have drifted off. Not deep, just enough to dream something I couldn't hold on to. I woke with my heart already racing and Nora's breath warm and steady against me. And for a few seconds, I didn't remember where we were. Then I did. The rest of it came back in pieces. The panel in the ceiling, the smell of him, the sound of the lamp breaking against bone, the way he had looked into the nursery. I didn't cry again. That had already happened. Instead, I lay there and stared at the ceiling until it was light. The hospital was colder than it needed to be. Maya drove us. Luke sat beside me in the back this time, because I wouldn't let Nora out of my arms long enough to strap her into the car seat again. It wasn't safe. I knew that. Maya didn't push it. We went in through the side entrance. Fewer people, less waiting. Stitches first. The nurse cleaned the cut on my hand with something that stung like a bright, clean pain. I watched her do it. I wanted to see it, to keep it in the realm of physical things I could understand. "You did this with a lamp?" she asked. "Yes," she nodded once. "It worked. 4 stitches. Tight, pulling at the skin in a way that felt wrong every time I flexed my fingers. Luke's nose was broken. Not badly, the doctor said. It would heal straight if he kept it set and didn't touch it. He nodded like someone who had already decided to touch it at least once out of habit. Maya stood in the corner with Nora, rocking her lightly, talking in that low, steady voice she used with patience. It worked on Nora the same way. We left with paperwork and instructions, and a bag of things that made it feel more official than it already was. Outside, the day looked like a day. People moving, coffee cups, a dog pulling at a leash. It felt indecent. "Do we go back?" Luke asked. He didn't mean right now, he meant ever. Maya didn't answer. She looked at me. I looked down at Nora. She had her fingers in her mouth, sucking with a quiet, focused seriousness that made everything else feel far away for a second. "We have to," I said. "Do we?" Maya asked. "Our stuff is there. Stuff can be replaced. Our documents, her." I stopped. The list started to sound like excuses. Luke pushed off the hood of the car. "We at least need to see it. Figure out what we're dealing with." "Police are still processing," Maya said. "They'll want you there for statements anyway." She was right. Everything was procedure now. Reports, statements, evidence. It was the part of the story that belonged to other people. We went back that afternoon. The police tape was already up across the front door. A thin, bright line that didn't look like it could stop anything, but still managed to change the entire shape of the house. A detective met us on the sidewalk. Detective Harris, 40-something, female. Hair pulled back tight, coat buttoned to the throat. She introduced herself without warmth, but not without kindness either. The kind of person who had done this enough times to know where to place her voice. "You're the Carters," she said. "We've got your preliminary statements. I need to walk through a few things with you inside." Inside. The word landed harder than I expected. "Is it safe?" Luke asked. "Yes," she said. "He's in custody. We've secured the access points. There's an officer posted until we're done here." She lifted the tape. We ducked under. The house smelled different, not him anymore. That had been taken out by the movement of people, the opening of doors, the circulation of air. Now it smelled like dust and cleaning solution, and something faintly metallic underneath. The kitchen chair was upright again. The drawer closed. Someone had tried to put things back into a shape that made sense. It didn't work. "Walk me through what happened," Harris said. We did again. This time slower, more detail. The sequence mattered, who stood where, what was said, when the sounds started, when they changed. She took notes, asked questions that made me realize how much I had filled in myself the night before. "You said he spoke through the monitor," she said. "Yes. Did you see him with any transmitting device?" "No. Officers found a modified receiver in the attic," she said. "Looks like he rewired it to push audio onto the same frequency. Not sophisticated, but effective." I nodded. It fit. It made it worse. "Access," she said, moving toward the stairs. "Let me show you what we found." We followed her up. The hallway felt smaller than it had before. The hole in the ceiling above the bathroom was now framed with yellow tags and chalk marks. The attic ladder had been pulled down again. "He cut that panel himself," Harris said, pointing to the opening. "From inside the attic space. Probably weeks ago, maybe longer. Gave him a second exit point that wasn't visible unless you knew where to look." Luke stared at it. "He was in there while we were home." "Yes, while we slept." "Yes." She didn't soften it. I appreciated that in a distant, theoretical way. Intruder's name is Daniel Keene, she went on. 51. History of trespassing. A few petty theft charges. No violent felonies on record, but that doesn't mean much in cases like this. Cases like this, I repeated. She glanced at me. Vacant property, then new occupants. He likely moved in before you bought the place. Found a way to stay hidden once you did. How long? Luke asked. We're still working on that. Weeks, months. The detective didn't say it, but it sat there anyway. We moved into the nursery. Someone had righted the lamp base and set it on the dresser. The crack ran down one side like a fault line. The rug had been blotted where my blood had soaked into it. The stain lighter now, but still visible if you knew where to look. Nora made a small sound in Maya's arms. Harris looked at her. Your daughter's fine, she said, as if that were the most important line she had to deliver. She doesn't remember, I said. No, I nodded. That's good. We finished the walk through, downstairs, back out into the cold. Harris handed Luke a card. We'll be in touch. There will be court dates. You may be asked to testify. Luke took it. What happens to him? He asked. He's charged with burglary, unlawful entry, assault on an officer, she said. More may be added. And then, she held his gaze for a second. Then it goes through the system. It wasn't an answer. It was the only one she had. We didn't move out right away. That surprises people when I tell them now. We talked about it. Late at night, when Nora was finally down, and the house felt like it was holding its breath. Maya offered her couch for as long as we needed. My mother offered to come stay. Luke looked at listings on his phone like he could solve it with a better square footage number. In the end, we stayed. Part of it was money. Part of it was stubbornness. But mostly, it was something else I didn't have a clean word for. The idea that leaving would mean giving the space over entirely to what had happened there. That it would remain that version of the house forever, untouched. Staying didn't fix that. It just complicated it. We sealed the attic, properly this time. A contractor came and opened up the ceiling, showed us the full extent of the crawl space, the way the beams ran, the dead areas between walls. It was bigger than it should have been, older than the rest of the house. He closed it up again with new wood, new screws, no painted over edges. You could see exactly where it was now. That helped in a practical way. It didn't help at night. We bought a new monitor, not secondhand. Video this time, multiple cameras, a system that showed the nursery from 3 angles and recorded everything to a cloud account I checked too often. For a while, we left the attic ladder down during the day, just so we could see it. At night, we pulled it up and locked the hatch with a new latch that Luke installed himself. Overkill, maybe. Not enough, maybe. Life resumed in the way it always does. Luke went back to work. His nose healed, slightly crooked if you knew him well enough to see it. My hand healed too, the scar a thin pale line across my knuckles that pulled tight in cold weather. Nora learned to sit up, then to crawl, then to pull herself to standing, gripping the crib rail with determined little fists. She slept through the night eventually. That was the hardest part. The first time she did, I woke anyway at 2 a.m., convinced something had changed. I lay there listening to the monitor, to the small sounds of the house, to Luke's breathing beside me. Nothing came through. No voice, no tapping, just the ordinary noise of a place settling around people who had decided, for reasons both good and bad, to stay. Weeks passed, then months. We went to court once. Daniel Keene sat in a gray suit that didn't fit him and stared at the table in front of him while lawyers spoke around him. He didn't look at us. That almost made it easier. He pled out. There was a sentence. Time, conditions. It felt both significant and insufficient. Afterward, Luke squeezed my hand in the hallway and said, "It's done." I nodded. It was done in the way paperwork is done, not in the way memory works. The last time the monitor made me stop, it was almost nothing. A Tuesday, late. Nora had gone down without much fuss, her head heavy on my shoulder before I laid her in the crib. Luke was in the shower. The house was quiet in that normal, earned way. I sat on the couch with the monitor on the coffee table, volume low. A soft sound came through. Not tapping, not a voice, just a faint, irregular scrape, like something shifting in wood. I looked at the screen. Nora slept, one arm flung up, mouth open. The room was empty. I waited. The sound didn't come again. Luke came down the stairs a minute later, towel around his neck, hair damp. "You okay?" he asked. "Yeah," I said. I picked up the monitor and turned the volume down a notch. Not off. Never off. And that's the end of today's chilling tale. If you enjoyed this story and want more nights full of suspense, don't forget to hit that like button, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and turn on the bell so you never miss a scare. I've got plenty more stories waiting for you, so stick around and check out the other videos on the channel. Thanks for watching, and until next time, stay safe and don't look behind you.